Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. You woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, excuse me. How y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Please. For your own good. Look it up. Don't take nobody's word for anything. Just look the shit up. Like, God, it's really not that hard. Type some shit in your search bar. So the name of the show today is Distracted From. So it's like, what are we being distracted from? All eyes glued to the tube. They said the revolution would not be televised. So if that's the case, then we're watching the news and we're missing something. What is that something? I don't have an answer. I ain't gonna lie. But, you know, mass distractions happen for a reason. Like, nothing happens without a reason. You know what I mean? Like, what they say, God don't make mistakes. So what should we be paying attention to? What are we missing? You know, it's just something to think about because I don't have the answer. You don't have the answer, Sway. You don't have the answers. You haven't been doing the education. Yeah, so yeah, what are we being distracted from? I don't know. Where do we begin tonight? Did I cover the IRS bill last night? Let's start with some Trump news. Let's do that. 1 second. So AP, am I sharing? My screen is going slow tonight. What is happening? Okay, there we go. I wonder, y'all getting lag? Hold on, let me make sure y'all can hear me because my screen is acting funny. It keeps flipping. Like somebody is trying to hack into my shit. I may just have too many screens open. Anyways, AP. Minnesota justices appear skeptical that states should decide Trump's eligibility for the ballot. Excuse me. So this is by Christine Fernando and Nicholas Riccardi, November 2nd, 2023. Is there a video? Let's see it. It's going to start with an ad. We don't want any ads. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't start with an ad. Surprising. Minnesota Supreme Court.
Minnesota Supreme Court justices just heard arguments today in a lawsuit attempting to knock former President Donald Trump off of the U.S. presidential ballot for 2024. It was a full courtroom today with little protest outside. The lawsuit is just one filed in several states that argue that Trump should be disqualified from public office due to his role in the January 21 assault on the U.S. Capitol.
The 14th Amendment protects the Republic from oath-breaking insurrectionists because its framers understood that if they're allowed back into power, they will do the same or worse. Section 3's plain text bars Trump from ever holding office.
Justice appeared skeptical that states have the authority to block Trump from the ballot and raise concerns about potential chaos if states decide issues differently.
That concerns me, that you have this possibility for, as Justice Chase said, for just chaos. So should we do it, even if we could do it and we can do it?
Meanwhile, a similar case is playing out in Colorado, where there was also a hearing today.
Interesting stuff. So yeah, if one state says, no, we don't want him on the ballot, I mean, that could really impact the election overall because, you know, the elections always, you know, the presidential elections have been close, like for the last how many cycles? Like no one has blown anyone out in a while. So coming down to one state, two states, or three states, like absolutely one state could absolutely make a difference in the outcome, because if somebody's name isn't on the ballot, then they're not going to get any votes in that state. Wait, let me see, something popped up that caught my eye. I can't go back. Hold on. What was that? Go back. They won't let me go back. FBI investigates Texas Sheriff Office. Hold on, no, I said something about Trump a minute ago. Hold on. Can I go to this? No, I don't want to go to this. Oh, wait, that's it right there. Damn it, I'm pressing buttons too fast. What's up, Pat? How you feeling, man?
Feeling pretty good, man. How about yourself?
I can't complain. Same old thing. It's good to hear from you. Damn, the shit went away. Oh well.
Glad to be heard. It's good to see you and hear you, man. I don't know. I think it's just some things, like people are overthinking stuff too much. Like this whole thing with Trump. It's like, all right, what kind of chaos will they create if they don't put him on the ballot?
Well, like I said, I mean, one state one state decides to not put him on the ballot, then another state's going to be looking at it and saying, "Oh, well, we can do that." They're going to try to do it. And then if you have him not on the ballot, that's votes he's not going to get. That's pretty much guarantees he'll lose.
Well, see, that's the whole point. Like
And
the
then you're gonna have
interference.
lawsuits. Yeah, you're gonna have legitimate lawsuits saying that, one state interfered with the national election and shit like that. So yeah, it'll be a mess.
The
And
best
then we
thing.
won't know who's the president forever because it's gonna be litigation.
No, I mean, we it would be so much because the chaos would have already begun, and it'll be fights against against Americans because somebody wasn't treated fairly, and it won't be because of Trump, but that's who they're gonna point the finger at. But it won't be because of him. It'll be because they didn't allow true, fair elections.
Yeah,
Because
well,
unless he's they go on and convict him on something where he's 1000% wrong on any of this, because I mean, based on a lot of stuff that I've been seeing, they don't have a case.
I don't know,
They
man.
don't.
That Georgia one, his co-defendants all done pled, like three of them done pled guilty already. And they got fines and possible jail time. Some of them
But to what?
related to that Georgia RICO case.
No, they telling you that they filed. They want. See, that's the whole thing. That's the manipulation. They're not telling you what they say they are guilty of.
Well, I mean, the charges is racketeering. They're talking about,
But it's not.
election interference.
I hear
You
what you're
know,
saying. That's what the people that like. That's the way they're trying to lead it on to. But they're still like, okay, if that was the case, like the his case would be over. Like, I mean, they would, because if pled guilty and saying, like, implementing him, all of this would be done.
well, the trial hasn't started, as far as I know. The trial
Okay, but
hasn't started.
that's the point. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is the fact that if they had them and they all acted together, then like the case would be like practically open and shut. It's not that. So like these people, they maybe took some other crime, took, said that they were okay, maybe I did this or that or whatever, and I'll admit to that, and but anything else, like, they move on, because like in most of these cases, stuff like this, they'll move to make somebody settle, move like Trump to make him settle, because okay, look, here's a affidavit of the statement from this person saying that this is this and that and blah blah blah, and it would just eventually, if they had a strong enough case, he would be stupid not to take a settlement, or some, if he's really wrong. Like, that's the whole thing. Those people who say that they are guilty and this, that, and the other, is on something totally different. Nothing that's got anything to do with the trial. It's just they're steadily trying to manipulate the minds of the people to make them feel like, oh, they got them, because that's what they've been doing the whole time.
Mm. Let me read some of this. It says, St. Paul, Minnesota. Minnesota Supreme Court Justice appeared skeptical Thursday that states have the authority to block former President Donald Trump from the ballot, with some suggesting that Congress is best positioned to decide whether his role in the 2021 U.S. Capitol attack should prevent him from running. Justices sharply questioned an attorney representing Minnesota voters who had sued to keep Trump, the early frontrunner for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination, off the state ballot under the rarely used insurrection clause of the U.S. Constitution, citing Congress' role in certifying presidential electors and its ability to impeach. Several justices said it seemed that questions of eligibility should be settled there. It says, and those all seem to suggest there is a fundamental role for Congress to play and not the states. Because of that, Chief Justice Natalie E. Hudson said, it's that interrelation that I think is troubling, that suggests that this is a national matter for Congress to decide.
Exactly, because it's a federal. It's first of all, each state has its ability to have their elections and be over their elections, as far as them being able to decide for somebody whether they can be a part of the election or not is not, that's not something that is a states' right thing. This is a federal election. It's not a state election, so you can't just decide whether somebody can, if it was on the state level, maybe they could decide there, but they can't decide for who's going to be there on the federal level. And that's just simple and plain. That's a part of the Constitution.
Let me read this. It says, the oral arguments before the state Supreme Court were unfolding during an unprecedented week, as courts in 2 states were debating questions that even the nation's highest court has never settled. The meaning of the insurrection clause in the Civil War era 14th Amendment and whether states are even allowed to decide the matter at stake is whether Trump will be allowed on the ballot in states where lawsuits are challenging his eligibility.
Look, a lot of that stuff too is a bunch of BS too, because when it comes down to the Capitol Police and who takes orders from what the captain and all that of the chief and all that, who takes orders during anything happening at the Capitol, Trump has nothing to do with it. Like, he was telling the people what he could tell the people, like, hey, stand down, blah blah blah, things that's starting to come, that's coming out more and more. But as far as the Capitol Police, for number one, they have proof that they knew what was happening. They knew that there was understaffed. They knew how many people, because they had permits for those speeches that people were coming to, and they knew the amount of people that was supposed to be there based on those permits. They purposely, the Capitol, the leader of the House, Pelosi at the time, they knew what was happening and purposely did not have enough people there, Capitol Police there, in order to keep things in order. There's a guy right now he's a whistleblower for the Capitol. He was a Capitol Police, and he says directly the lady that was over this thing that really is the cause of why everything got the chaos began there. And they were talking to her over a walkie-talkie, and at one point she just totally ignored anything that was going on there. So anybody that was there in the Capitol that could have gotten harmed, it was her duty to do something about it. That was either to call on the because Trump couldn't even, as the president, didn't even have the right to call on the National Guard or anything. That was up to the Congress. That's something that they can make the decisions on. He didn't have the right to be able to make that call.
Let me read some more of this article. It says, the Minnesota lawsuit and another in Colorado, where a similar hearing is playing out, are among several filed around the country to bar Trump from state ballots in 2024 over his role in the January 6, 2021 Capitol attack, which was intended to halt Congress' certification of Democrat Joe Biden's 2020 win. The Colorado and Minnesota cases are furthest along, putting one or both on an expected path to the U.S. Supreme Court. Minnesota went directly to the state Supreme Court, where 5 of the 7 justices heard the arguments on Thursday after 2 recused themselves. The justices consistently questioned whether it was appropriate for states to determine a candidate's eligibility to run for president. Hudson also said she was concerned about the possibility for just chaos if multiple states decide the issue differently. She said, even if the court had the authority to keep Trump off the ballot, should we? Is the question that concerns me the most. A little bit more. Let me read a little bit more. It says, the former president is dominating the Republican presidential primary as voting in the first caucus and primary states rapidly approaches. An attorney representing Trump, Nicholas Nelson, said states' roles in determining candidates' eligibility for president was limited to what he called basic processing requirements, such as determining whether they meet the age requirement. He addressed the Chief Justice's concern about the potential for chaos that could result from states deciding differently on this issue. Petitioners would like this to be a one-off case, but we are a 50-state democracy, he said. The question of whether Trump should be barred from the ballot under the insurrection section of 14th Amendment should not even be before the court, he said, calling it a political question. What does that mean, a political question?
It boils down to the Constitution. Like, there's laws that are in place that answer these things for us, and it's not really up to, just individual perspective. There's a lot of times, like, that's why they have these so-called experts, constitutional experts, that's on the that's one of the, what you call it, the one, who will be a witness in the court case in order to break down what these things mean, because you can't just leave it up to just any judge or whatever. It has to be, supposedly broken down by somebody who's considered an expert. And there's a few that I guess that will qualify, but at the same time, even those people disagree on the core beliefs of those laws and stuff, because they also bringing in the facts that were involved in when they had the Civil War, and what was his Jefferson Davis, and how he was able to be banned and this, that, and the other. But they're saying like that was 2 different countries in the same, because the Confederacy and the Union were still somewhat separate entities at the time. This is something that's still different from that, because for one, like, there's still no evidence that he really had anything to caused anything, all that stuff that they're saying in January 6th. Because I believe everything, like they're trying to lead people's minds for them to believe that it is, but if you're really following the case, there isn't any. That's just the media, blowing things up so that people will assume, because everybody's not following it close enough, or as much as they could. Some people, I don't think everybody really knows where they can really find a lot of these things to see it firsthand. But there's really no proof, because there's actually more proof showing that he did more to try to stop it than the other people who actually had the opportunity, or who had the delegation powers to stop, to actually bring everything to a calm much sooner than they did. Like, it went on, like everything that did happen went on for way longer because of the inactivity of the people who actually had those decision-making powers.
Let me play this right here. This one, it says, Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba, rips into New York lawsuit, an absolute waste of taxpayer time and money. Letitia James will show up when it's a press day. You know when she is going to come when the main event's here, and that is Trump.
It's basic. It's basic. This is a waste of time. We heard testimony from an expert this week. Miss James wasn't here for that day because it wasn't good for her. He's been paid by New York taxpayer dollars $450,000 in the past few months to come here and testify. That's your money. That's not my money. It is a crime. And now these children are being brought in away from their families for doing nothing wrong. It's a great company. It has always been a great company. It's worth a lot more than the statements say, and she just doesn't like it. And now her politics don't allow her to back off or back down. And it's unfortunate, but this case should be done. We are wasting now over a month deep into the biggest waste of New York taxpayer dollars I've ever seen. President Trump's statement of financial condition was so undervalued, but Letitia James, as you've seen, will show up when it's a press day. I said it yesterday on the news. She hasn't been here for days, but you know when she's going to come? When the main event's here, and that is Trump. She piggybacked on Trump to get into office. She didn't do it well enough to be a governor. She was a failed gubernatorial candidate. And now she's working on her politics again. She shows up, sits in the back when she should be doing real work because the city of New York has fallen apart. If you are a business in New York, pay attention. You put your value. If President Trump wanted to inflate his net worth on a statement of financial condition, his brand alone could double, triple it. It's basic. It's basic. This is a waste of time. We heard testimony from an expert this week. Miss James wasn't here for that day because it wasn't good for her. He's been paid by New York taxpayer dollars $450,000 in the past few months to come here and testify. That's your money. That's not my money. It is a crime. And now these children are being brought in away from their families for doing nothing wrong. It's a great company. It has always been a great company. It's worth a lot more than the statements say, and she just doesn't like it. And now her politics don't allow her to back off or back down. And it's unfortunate, but this case should be done. We are wasting now over.
She's attractive. I could see why Trump picked her. Let me read this. Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba, rips into New York lawsuit, an absolute waste of taxpayer time and money. Letitia James will show up when it is a press day. You know when she is going to come when the main event's here, and that is Trump. The judge's decision stated that the Mar-a-Lago property is worth a mere $18 million, a figure starkly contrasting Trump's claim of its value being around $1.8 billion. Eric Trump said on Friday after giving testimony, this state is going to hell, and it is because of people like the Attorney General of New York. And that's a huge difference. It's like moving the decimal point over right there. 18 million versus 1.8 billion. That does look like how you would do if it was on paperwork and you would just move the decimal point over. Just instead of putting it here, just put it there.
Well, I mean, the whole point is that you know, like nobody can really put a true value on something that is not for sale. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can try, like you can put things together, blah blah blah, but when there's something when you have real estate that's like locked up in a trust and you know it's not for sale, like if he was selling it, that's when we would see where the true value really is. You know, who's willing to pay what the X amount for
Yeah, but you pay to get your property. What is the proper term? I can't think of it right now. When they come out, they look at the property, they look at the footage, they compare it to other similar properties, and then they come up with a number. What am I talking about? I can't think of the proper term right now. Appraisal. Yeah. So yeah, appraisal. That's like, and the difference, like that's why you have different appraisals. Whenever you do it, you get multiple appraisals because they're going to come back differently, and then you get the average of those appraisals or whatever. But the difference between 18 million and 1.8 billion, I don't think, you know what I mean? You got three appraisals. I don't think that one of them is going to come back 1.8 billion and the other one's going to come back 18 million. You get what I'm
But
saying?
but which one do you think it really is? I mean, that now Mar-a-Lago, it has um it's a Trump-owned property. Like, this is something where people come, they stay, they play golf, they do all these different things. Does it? Because I mean, there's people's homes, like actual like residents, that might be worth $18 million. That ain't nowhere near what his property is. So
Well, me and you can sit here and speculate all day long, but I covered a story before where they said, Trump, he got in trouble. He got in trouble behind inflating his property's value so that he can get loans, and then deflating the value of his property so that he won't have to pay taxes, like on the money. So, like,
yeah.
this is something that he does. Clearly, he does this.
Okay, yeah, he's not the only
He's a
one.
real estate. That's how he makes money. Is real estate.
Okay, well, I'm saying he's not the only one that does that. Like, if I could do it, I would do it too.
But see that
is it really illegal?
It's illegal. It's totally illegal. Yes, it's against the law to do that. It's fraud.
It's not fraud, because if the people that's loaning him the money is okay with it, who else is it harming?
You're frauding. Depending on how you're using it, you're defrauding investors. Are you defrauding buyers, or you're defrauding the American people by not paying your taxes? Depending on how you're looking at it and what exactly is being done. There's victims in this.
Okay.
Let me read some comments.
I'm gonna just say like this here, because at some point, if it's a real crime, he should go to jail, right?
Definitely, or be held accountable in some kind of way.
That'll never happen, because there's too many of them that do the same thing. That's the part about it. Like, if everybody else gonna have to go to jail too.
Well, let them all go to jail. I mean, the law is the law.
I feel you, and I agree with you. But the whole thing is the Hillary Clintons and the Obamas and the Bushes, the whoever, like these people who do the exact same thing will have to, that would be setting the precedent on this type of thing. They know that they would be going down the same route. Like, they understand this. The whole thing is to use the media to corrupt people's minds and how they see it, because they know that they don't want anything to happen to him. They just don't want to have to fight him in the political wars no more, because they know that he's going to go up against everything that they've done. And that's gonna, like, push American people forward. Like, their whole plan is not to push us forward. They are looking to hold us back and for them to be pushed forward, for them to gain more power. So with Trump in office, hurts everything that they've done for the last few decades.
Let me read some comments here. It says, Democrats continue to destroy America. Another one that says, if you think Mar-a-Lago is only worth 18 million, then you are by far the least intelligent person on this thread. Another comment, her politics, her entire campaign she ran on was hatred. Sad, sad days. Another comment, somebody changed her diaper too. Wasn't she the lawyer on Trump's team who waived the right to a jury trial? Where does he find these lawyers? Another comment, it says, we are all being played, right, by globalists using Jews and Muslims. Recap the last 3 years. No wars, globalists desperate to remove Trump. Soon as Biden is in office, weapons in Afghanistan, arms dealer trade, open border, letting in mostly military-aged men. Biden gives back $6 billion to Iran, Hamas largest backer. Hamas attacks and publicize its own atrocities, horrible
Speak on
atrocities,
it.
to do what? Elicit a big response and cause division while we have an open border with an election looming in the near future.
Say, bro, that's the most intelligent person in the building, bro. The one who just made that comment is the only one, like only people in that, like I mean, so far in that thread that is speaking some sense, because like you think that, you know, like, all right, Israel and Hamas, like they've been having their issues back and forth. Like I've been telling people, like I don't believe that Hamas made the attacks on Israel. I believe Israel made the attack on Israel, or US did, like just to be able to be able to push things to the point that it is now. I mean, and you know, hey, if I'm a filthy, dirty American because I think that way, you know, I just don't have the like, and I hate that I don't feel like I want to be able to support my own country in a certain way, but I don't feel like, I really feel like certain things happen in certain times, like it's not just coincidental. Like a lot of these things happen at a point where it's like, and then we at the, you know, like getting to the point where people are saying, okay, we're gonna back off on this Ukraine thing. Like we've invested way too much into this, whatever, and bam, here just so miraculously something else new happens, and we're all up in arms about it because we actually talking about something people give a shit about, you know. um you know, when it comes down to Israel, Palestine, like I mean, like Palestine, like it had to be that, like it was, bro, like we, anyhow. But yes, we are getting like we're getting so played, bro. Like this is just the, this is the worst, because this was really behind, you know, leaders who are really seeking that much control will bring it to this point, so that we are so mind gone. I'm gonna just say that, mind screwed or whatever, behind all of the political jargon, the book BS that people are saying, and I'm talking about like everyday people, because like most people don't understand that what it was before what we're saying today. And we'll sum it up, because I mean I think there's a lot of immature talking points that's been going into this whole Israel Palestine, because you know, if you never look at it from the point of view that, you know, if it came down to um Arkansas and Louisiana having a war with each other, and you know, oh well, you know, they did such and such to Louisiana, what do you mean they're screwing up, you know, like you're never gonna really get the point of, you don't put yourself in these shoes, because it's like it's got political people of politics that's making decisions for things to happen for in their favor, but they the people who just live there and that's just trying to survive, that interact with each other from Louisiana, Arkansas, we can include Texas or whatever, but people in that region getting killed now because of some BS, you never really freaking get it. You know what I'm saying? These are all human beings that are getting killed behind some BS of somebody who's got a few dollars and the power to make decisions for those things to happen. So
Let me read a couple more comments here. It says, James campaign to get Trump. New York is loaded with crime, but let's get Trump. Another one, it says, gag order for the truth coming from Biden's DOJ. Another one, it says, Trump doesn't care about working classes paying taxes. He's all about the tax breaks for the rich and his elite friends. Let the workers pick up the bill has always been his motto. She sounds desperate, and if I was Trump's team, I'd be getting desperate too. He's going to jail.
I mean, I'm not concerned about average everyday people paying taxes either, because they're not supposed to be. It's the corporations that should be paying taxes, and they done flipped it on us. And so, I mean, my whole thing is, a lot of these things that we are seeing is, you know, based on BS policy to begin with. So, you know, because Trump has a different way of seeing things, and people who are actually making millions and billions and trillions of dollars to, you know, to never pay anything, or to always find the way to pay the least, and then like we still the people who make the least, because there's like 4 people, not 4 corporations, 4 people, 8 people. Let's just say less than 10 people that make more than over half of the entire world. Not America, not China, not they make more than the entire world, and they don't pay taxes. What like, I mean, where does that make sense? And then you want the people who are dealing with the decisions made by these others to be responsible for paying for everything. I mean, I'm with Trump on that. What you talking about?
Let me read this. It says the U.S. government has revealed plans to expel Uganda, Gabon, Niger, and the Central African Republic from AGOA trade program due to dictatorship and human rights violation. So it says U.S. President Joe Biden has revealed plans to expel Uganda, Gabon, Niger, and Central African Republic from a special U.S. African trade program. The countries were either involved in gross violations of human rights or not making progress towards democratic rule, the president said. The U.S. introduced the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, in 2000. President Biden said that Niger and Gabon, both of which are currently under military rule following coups this year, are ineligible for AGOA because they have not established or are not making continual progress toward establishing the protection of political pluralism and the rule of law. He also said that the removal of CAR and Uganda from the program was due to gross violations of international recognized human rights by their governments. In May, the U.S. government has said it was considering removing Uganda from AGOA, introducing sanctions on the country after it passed a controversial anti-homosexual law. So yeah, we covered in the show when Uganda came out with that law. So now, like, I guess the U.S., I don't understand that. Like, that don't make sense to me at all. Like, Uganda is over there in the whole other part of the world, and they make a law, you know, they don't, and then they calling it controversial too. Controversial anti-homosexual law in Uganda, way on the other side of the world. And the U.S. is mad about it. So we're going to do sanctions on them country, and we're not going to allow them to be a part of some kind of, I don't know, money
Listen,
scheme.
And I guess for people to give the people an idea of how this works is how to, because I mean, I guess to some extent, because it's still a little bit different because it's the U.S., you know, the union, this, that, and the other, but states' rights. When the states have the rights to have their own laws, their own constitution, and the way that they handle, you know, certain things, it's pretty much the same thing that Uganda did. So for, you know, Uganda to decide that it is a crime to, be gay in public, or to, promote gay certain things, certain things that, U.S. decides is good for them, or, they want to do, however. What's the abortion deal? Like, it shouldn't, if the states, the federal government can make decisions or whatever, then how did it get to the point to where it's back to states' rights when it comes to abortion? It's similar to some extent, because the states have a right now to be able to say whether or not abortion can happen in their state, and if they do, under what terms. and that's the only thing that Uganda is doing is them, saying this is how we're gonna handle this situation in our state, in our country, and really nobody can say anything about it. There's no sanctions being put up against Texas or Alabama or these other states that's rejecting abortion in their states. So how can they try to do something on another planet? I say planet, continent that's doing a similar thing. It doesn't make any sense. But it's something much bigger than that they want to fight with them about, and that just so happens to be the thing that they're choosing to use because and I think it's a big issue too for them as far as this whole LGBT movement that they've been trying to make global.
But I think you're right. It's always ulterior motives, and they use something else to cover. So, and that's where I was going to go into with these other countries because Niger is kicking out France. They what was it? The industry, the sugar industry. They nationalized the sugar industry in Niger. And so like the government owns it now, and like they kicked out everybody else, like and they're kicking France out of their country and shit. So so President Biden said Niger can't, they can't be a part of this program no more. So same thing with Gabon, because they're doing the same thing. It's like we're not a colony no more. We're gonna do things the way we want to do things. And y'all, okay, y'all built this infrastructure or whatever, but y'all still have been exploited. Y'all built it to exploit us. So yeah, y'all get the hell out of here, and we're taking over this shit now. So then the United States is like, no, you can't do that or whatever. So we're no longer allowing you to be a part of our program where we help other African countries. So
look,
you can't even be a part of that no more.
Then they boo boo. Yeah, they about to they pulling a Charleston White on him. But say, bro, I mean, I'm like this. You're never gonna have independence until you depend on yourself. It's just not gonna happen that way. And if you continue to allow people who are hostile to your people and your way of living, your cultural stance, like you're never gonna get past it because I mean they're gonna continue, like they're gonna always be who they've been to you because of how they obtained it. So it has to happen the way that they're doing it, and maybe they can make some new alliances, but I don't think they're too much worried about those alliances because guess what? There's people who want to do business with them, have been wanting to do business with them, and the reason why that they haven't done business with them is because of the people that they had to kick out. So, I mean,
let me read some comments. It says, well, if violations of human rights matter as they should, then why isn't Israel having any consequences?
What?
Dun, dun, dun. Another comment.
Great question, whoever you are.
Yeah, another comment says, this will be Biden's first and last term as president. The American people will not forget what the U.S. government is doing in the Congo or the backing of the genocide of the Palestinian people. There will be reckoning.
Bruh.
Yeah,
I'm scared. Say, bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I had some long thoughts about, and especially with like all the people that they're saying that is actually coming in through the border from every which way, as they like, bruh, like, and then they showing most of them that's coming in are just a bunch of men. Yes, there are, men, women, and children coming, but the bulk of them are men at military age that I feel that, our government has a lot to do with this president having a bunch of these people to come in because they are somewhat hostile to the American way. And because a lot of our American people are foolish with the way that they see everything because of what the media has taught them, not because they chose to, but because of what the media has made them feel everything, the points of view that they have that makes the other countries hostile, because it's like, y'all are stupid, you don't understand what's really going on, whatever, blah blah blah, even though a lot of them know that we've been lied to. But I really feel like shoot, you talking about having some terrorist attacks, or somewhat what would they might consider to be civil war. But honestly, civil war is when you're fighting against yourself. If we got all these immigrants coming in and they're willing to fight, I guess, I mean, it depends on what the fight is supposed to be for, but I think it's something for us to be concerned about, and how we deal with these people, because a lot of it is them coming here seeking asylum, like really, really could be legit, them looking for asylum because of the chaos that's being caused all around the world by the American government, the United States government, not American government, the United States government. So
Yeah.
I
Let me
think
read some more.
people need to be more understanding about what's going on and sympathetic to some of these people's plights.
Let me read some more. It says, "Ain't these the African countries fighting for their autonomy?" Another comment, it says, "That's rich coming from Genocide Joe. The U.S. is literally funding genocide of the Palestinian people. It has no moral standing to lecture anyone, which isn't to say that our neo-colonial government haven't been a deep disappointment." A couple more. It says, as the government funds genocide and continues to harm Black people, it says, this is who the U.S. has always been, no matter which party or president. Another one, we are officially living in the twilight zone. I'm telling you, man. Another one that says, so what about what they're funding in DRC or Israel? One last one, it says, they don't care about humans trying to eliminate competition. This light is shining in my eyes big time.
You look mighty bright today.
I guess because I got these damn bulbs freaking. I can't even see. I broke my glasses so that I wear in the show. I only have one, and I'll have to close one eye or something. But these are what I use to block the light. But I haven't been able.
You got some blue blockers.
That's not gonna help me because it's going into my eyes, and I have the. It's not just the screen; it's the lights. I have.
No,
two.
I know. That's what I got, Patrick, because it's not just because I mean, it's mostly for the like monitors, the blue light that comes off of the monitors to block that off, because that's what really affects a lot of.
Yeah, but I have two desk lamps here that's shining in my face, so that wouldn't help me at all. Yeah,
I got you.
That wouldn't help me at all. Let me see.
You ain't got no lokes.
Nah, I probably wouldn't even be able to. Yeah, I need like the kind of the light, not the regular sunglasses, because then I won't even be able to see to read. And that's mostly what I do here on the show, is just reading. I wanted to see this story about how they're trying to make it so where they're going to kick Palestinians out of the U.S. or some shit. I saw a story about that. Let me just type that in, see if I can find it. What's the way to word this?
You know what that sounds like, right?
Man, it's a lot going on, and they put numbers. They got tags on Palestinians and numbers on them. It's like history repeating itself, is what it is.
Exactly. That's what I'm gonna say. Like, are we gonna play the same role that Germany played? 100 years ago. I guess this is how long has it been? 75 or so years ago. However long ago it was, are we gonna do the same thing? bro.
It's crazy. Like, how can they not see it? And then they're the same ones who were. That's why I want to be careful when I talk about this, but that's why I don't feel like these people who call themselves Zionists, they're not real. They're not, they're not what they are.
claim to be, and
Yeah.
they never have been.
I'm not seeing it.
I don't know how to watch myself because all I know is just to be honest. I don't think they've ever really displayed that political side of themselves. Because I mean, I'm past the whole idea that okay, these people are, or they're not genetically these type of people, whatever, blah blah blah. Okay, that's fine too. But because of the position that they play in the world, they have the power. They have a lot of power that, that's maybe deserved or not deserved because but at the same time, it's still behind something personal that has nothing to do with who they're supposed to be on the planet.
Yeah.
Because my thing, if you're gonna try to take the place of a certain group of people, you're supposed to play that role. Like you're supposed to be like, a lot of people wouldn't be upset with you if you were demonstrating who those people really were.
I cannot find what I'm looking for. It's kind of pissing me off, so I'm gonna move on. Hopefully it'll pop up. Let's see. I'm on Twitch. I mean Twitter. It's hard to call Twitter X. I'm so used to it being Twitter, and it just doesn't roll off your tongue the same way. X. You just say X, and then people are going to be confused. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, just say Twitter X.
That sounds better. And then how do you call it? Do you still call it a tweet when you send a tweet? That shit is confusing me.
I've always had a problem with that because twit and tweet, that's not the same thing, so yeah, I guess you're still sending a tweet. It's the same platform really, just with a a new name to break up the bullshit. But hey,
let me see where we want to go with this. I don't want to get too heavy today. I'm so tired of this same topic, and it's so horrible. And then the comments people are making online, it's just, it brings tears to my eyes.
bro. And I tell you, I was actually, because of the very same thing, I was actually watching something different to try to break away from it, but my mind was still so heavy on it that, and it was, one of those little, stories that kind of, get at you, your emotional, pull at your emotional strings or heartstrings or whatever. Bro.
They're draining us like the movie Monsters Inc. Like, they're draining our energy, bro. Like, with this shit.
Fucking bloodsuckers, bro.
Energy vampires, man.
And they know it, and bro, they're so they're so professional at it. It's almost poetic. Like it's everything is. I'm saying poetic because of the story, like the way it plays. Like if you writing it down, play by play, like it's almost like a play, like a
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah. With the beginning, the middle, the end, with the climax, with the tragedy, with all of that emotional attachment.
Yeah.
disappointment, what cliffhangers? I mean,
Oh my
like,
God. Like, bro, everything is in this story.
when the, what do they call it when the ending is different than what you expected? Like it's a what's the proper term for that? I can't even think of it right now. Like I'm thinking
Yeah.
of that movie Sixth Sense, and how like the whole movie you watching it, and then the end you're like, what? Anyways, let me read this. It says Biden Biden countering Islamophobia while insinuating Gaza is the most democratic thing ever. So they've been talking about in the news, like because on college campuses and stuff like that across the nation, you've been having like you not only anti-Semitic stuff, but Islamic phobia type stuff where people are attacking Muslims or they're attacking Jews or whatever on college campuses and stuff like that. It's been a rise in these kinds of like hate kind of crimes or whatever. So then you've been
Against
having
against against Muslims.
against Muslims and against Jews. So you've been having Kamala Harris going around, Biden going around. It's like we have to attack this and deal with it. Da, 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 da. Let me read this. It says, in what is arguably the most liberal thing ever to have happened in all of human history, the Biden administration has announced its plans to develop a U.S. national strategy to counter Islamophobia, even as it helps Israel massacre Muslims by the thousands in Gaza. For too long, Muslims in America and those perceived to be Muslims, such as Arabs and Sikhs, have endured a disproportionate number of hate-fueled attacks and other why can I talk? Discriminatory incidents, reads a White House statement on the announcement. We all mourn the recent barbaric killing of Wadeel al-Fayyoumi, a 6-year-old Palestinian American Muslim boy, and the brutal attack on his mother in their home outside Chicago. I covered this. This comes as the death toll from the U.S.-backed bombing campaign in Gaza nears 10,000, including 3,760 children, and what experts and authorities around the world are describing with increasing frequency as a genocide. If these people were Jewish instead of Muslim, they would not be trapped in a giant concentration camp while the IDF hammers them with nonstop barrage of military explosives. But because of their ethnicity, they are subjected to this horror. There's a classic meme which makes fun of the way U.S. foreign policy under Democrats is the same murderous foreign policy as it is under Republicans, but with a bunch of woke-sounding bumper stickers slapped on the surface to make it palatable for progressive sensibilities. So here's the meme right here. It has a ship, and it shows Republicans. So the ship is just regular ship dropping bombs. And then the one below it, it has Black Lives Matter. Yes, we can. What did it say? Yes, she can. And then it has like the LGBT flag on the plane, but it's still dropping bombs. So basically, the results are the same. They just kind of dress it up and I don't know what some
Was
supposed to be
supposed to
more
be more right.
palatable,
No,
more
some
progressive. Go ahead.
righteous. Some of these groups is what are considered to be more righteous when they're really not. Like, I mean, honestly, like a lot of things, like just the same, like this LGBT thing is starting a war in Uganda. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you really look at it, because, because whether you look at the top where it just says Republicans dropping bombs, well, that's that can be debatable. But one thing for sure that we can see in this day and age is that bombs are getting dropped. Because I mean, if we're looking at the administrative, the chief, what you call it, the commander in chief, who's starting these wars, the shoot. Republicans, I mean, because we ain't had no real Republican, I guess you could say, until Trump, because really Bush was acting just like the rest of them. But either way, um, a lot of the things that we see in today are masked with what's supposed to be a righteous movement, but actually being used to spread hate throughout the world.
What this meme screams to me is that it doesn't matter who's in office. The military industrial complex still gets their way and does what they do. It's like it doesn't skip a beat as far as them beating the drum for war. It doesn't matter if it's Republicans or Democrats. It doesn't matter if it's a Democratic president or who has the majority in the Senate or the House or whatever. All of that shit just keeps on going the same. There's no difference.
Well, no, I think it does, but no, I think it does make some difference. But I mean, for some people who tend to lean one way or another and have a higher expectation for one side over the other, yeah, there is a difference. But overall, I mean, if you really look at it, because this is not a true, this is not truly what we've been seeing, because all of the wars was begun. We can say, yeah, there was a Republican who started some of this stuff, then it just went through other administrations, because Bush supposedly a Republican, but that's not how his movements was not based on Republican ideology. It was more on he was more of a liberal ideologies, but either way, he was considered a Republican, so we had to go with it as that, I guess. But
yeah, it's been the same, man. It's been the same.
Well, I mean, the people that they say we should have been scared of, and who we should fight for, and who the people that we should trust the most, they're the ones who start the most shit. And even because people getting scared because Trump is going to start a war. Trump didn't start in the war; he ended wars. And here we are with the people who's supposed to be more, I guess diplomatic. That is not diplomatic at all.
Yeah, I think that it's still another case of good cop, bad cop. I don't think it matters at all. Like and what I covered in the show, I think it was last night, the people who hold these top seats in the administration, war hawk folks, are in the top seats in the Democratic cabinet and top seats it's the same people every cycle. So it doesn't matter who's the president. It doesn't matter. The war shit keeps going the same way. It doesn't stop. Let's read some more of this. It says,
You're probably right. I agree with you for the most part, but I think that there's an angle that is not truly unseen, and maybe it's most so existing just in my mind. But I feel like there's some of the most deceptive things that happen through what we know to be the Democratic administration. They do, the way that they handle situations tend to cause more problems than to fix problems. That's just kind of how I see it. But like I said, I mean, to mark it as one or the other really is foolish, because I mean, one way or the other, like these things still end up happening regardless of who's in office. Because like I said, I mean, people look at Bush as being a Republican, but they never really pay, they just know that that's how he ran as a Republican, but he's really, he has way more liberal ideology, and his policy was based more on just what, like the rest of, like, I mean, you couldn't really see a difference between Obama and Bush Jr. because they pretty much acted the same way.
Well, it's neoliberalism, and I'll be trying to explain that, but I know a lot of people don't understand that. But all of the last presidents, they've all been neoliberals, and it coming from a Republican Party and Democratic Party. Even Trump. Let me read this right here. It says, "Can you think of a better illustration of the dynamic that's highlighted by this criticism than what we're seeing from the Biden administration today? This is, after all, the same administration whose Department of Defense recently said they are putting zero limits on what Israel may or may not do with the weapons it's been given by the United States. We are not putting any limits on how Israel uses weapons that is provided," Deputy Pentagon Press Secretary Sabrina Singh told the press on Monday. "That is really up to Israel's defense force to use in how they are going to conduct their operations. But we're not putting any constrictions on that. As in these times, reports, this same administration is also trying to get permission to conduct arms deals with Israel without congressional supervision, in complete secrecy and without accountability to the voting public. The U.S. government is every bit as culpable in the massacre of thousands of Muslim children as Israel, because the entire massacre is happening with both its assistance and its express permission. But here it is governments pretending to care deeply that one Muslim child was killed in an Islamophobic cycle in America. Yeah,
Listen,
like
let me
hypocrisy.
explain it.
Go
No,
ahead.
let me explain that, because one of the things that I think even some of the Americans may not understand, or whatever, people around the world, probably more people around the world might understand it a little better. But you know, United States of America is an occupied country by the United States, what we are calling the United States. There's two different entities. United States and the United States of America are two different operating bodies. United States includes, because the reason why they don't have to do anything separate in a time like this with Israel is because they are Israel. Israel, Vatican City, London City, and DC are the United States. The United States of America are the 50 states. So when you're acting on behalf of the United States of America, that's a different set of a different operation way of, like has to be a different type of accountability. But when they're operating as the United States, without the America included, the United States, then, and these are all city states that we're talking about, those 4 United States. Because I think they're trying to include Ukraine in that, but at the same time, as far as I know, it's those 4 city states. So they don't have to operate or get different types of like the Congress has really nothing to do with it, because they're acting as their own governing body when it comes down to that. So just to
Let me
kind of
read.
give us some clarity.
Let me read this. It says, "This is everything that's disgusting about the Democratic Party. It puts a warm, friendly face on the most murderous and tyrannical power structure on earth, posing as a defender of marginalized groups while dropping bombs on the most marginalized populations on this planet. It selects a high number of women and racially diverse officials for its cabinet positions to convey the illusion that it has transcended the abusive bigotries of the past, while subjecting impoverished brown-skinned foreigners to a nonstop barrage of high-tech explosive munitions and massacres that will be the envy of the worst white supremacist imperialists in history." It says, "A much more accurate image for the United States than the one it tries to give itself with its fraudulent progressive virtue signaling would be the one it was given by protesters who interrupted Secretary of State Antony Blinken's testimony before the Senate Appropriations Committee on Tuesday. Demonstrators painted their hands red to show the blood this administration has on its own hands, resulting in a viral images of Blinken's face surrounded by bloody hands circulating all over the internet. That's what the U.S. empire really is, not the liberal bastion of human rights it presents itself as, but a blood-spattered sociopathic murder machine which maintains its domination of this planet with the nonstop butchery of human beings. The longer the massacre in Gaza goes on, the more people are catching a glimpse behind the plastic smiley face mask of the U.S. empire and seeing the cold-eyed killer underneath." Wow, those are heavy, heavy words right there. This is the image that they were talking about right here.
Mm-hmm. People with questions feel, oh, because I mean, is that supposed to be symbolic of them upset that they have blood in their hands, that they don't that they didn't, I guess, because is that supposed to be a representation of the people in the back with the Bloods on the hands, because really, I mean, that would make more significance to me, because a lot of us do have Bloods on our hand and could potentially have things to do, with these things based on how they're using us as the reason why they're doing these things, because they're not
Where our tax
acting.
dollars are
Yeah,
directly going to Israel. I mean, Biden
well,
just asked
that's.
for another, what, $130 billion or something like that?
hmm Well, I mean, we would be foolish to not know that, like, Ukraine and Russia war was, or their, whatever you, I guess, if you want to call it a war, was the beginning of the combined world war. Like, that was the beginning of it. And because we were trying to bring an end to it, people showing, they're not foolish and just like, oh yeah, Ukraine, Ukraine, Russia bad, blah 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 blah. Because people started getting sense and it's just like, all right, you know what, we need to pull out of this BS. And you know, that about to come to an end was like a reason where they had to figure out something for to keep this thing going, even if it goes to a new region. Like, this same war will continue, because guess what? They're saying Israel and Palestine, but Palestine is getting support from where? Iran. Iran and Russia have their ties of support for each other. They're allies. So it's still going against the same system. Like, there's still a fight, but just on different, in, I guess, in different names, on different lands, you know.
And check this out right here. It says any country that produces election maps like they included ridiculously drawn to guarantee a pre-selected candidate's win is not democracy. So this is what we talk about when we talk about gerrymandering, and the whole thing in the
Yes.
news about Trump and the election. With Biden's election, and they're talking about irregularities, and then they're talking about mail-in ballots and um, so forth and so on. That is not how it's done. This is how it's done. And both sides do this, by the way, but this is the shadiness that happens as far as people voting illegally or people doing multiple votes and fake votes and mailing in fake ballots and stuff like that. That is not happening. That is not happening. Like, people get caught doing that, and it's like the number of times it happens, like you can count it on your fingers. Like, those things do not they don't impact how the election turns out. This does. Let me read a comment right here. It says, agreed, American democracy has been decaying over the past 2 decades. Acts such as this is very disappointing. Yeah, like,
Has it just been the last? Because I mean, that's where I guess more people notice it. Because I mean, the adults now grew up in the '90s. You know what I'm saying? Or since the 2000s, they really kind of, I guess, been in real adulthood. But bro, like, if you understand history, like, it has like been like, just imagine when our parents were living, because I'm sure if you ask uh the generations before us, those who are still here with us, if you ask them, they're gonna say, it ain't just the last couple decades, like the last 2 or even 3, because I mean, we're in 2020, so that would mean the 20s, the 10s, and just the 2000s, shall we say? Because we halfway, we almost halfway through the 20s, damn near. As far as voting cycles or whatever you want. Really, because if we just talking about back to 2000, I mean, we're just talking about the era from Bush, Obama, Trump, uh and Biden. Is that where things really start getting bad?
No, it's been happening before that. It's just that the heavily gerrymandered districts is just really totally getting out of control. Like it's super. Like it's because they have better tools to do it now. Like so that it's more intricate, it's more detailed. You know, they can specifically pick their voters.
Why don't they? Why? Because my thing is like the whole idea of gerrymandering makes no sense. If we're gonna go district, or like we either do districts or we do counties, and the districts should not be based on some shit that just gets drawn up. It's got to be actual living districts. Whoever lives in that district, that school district or that whatever district that we're talking about, that like those people, like you can't just have half of the district and something different when it's named and like the people pay taxes for that district. Like that's really.
But they draw up the districts. They don't. It's drawn up specifically. Like you go down the streets. Sometimes.
Listen.
On one side of the street, it'll be a different district.
Okay, so from time to time, do different schools end up in different districts because of that? Those are districts. They're redistricting.
You're talking about voting. School districts. That's different than
no. But it's that's what I'm trying to. But what I'm saying is, these school districts are usually, you know, like there's maybe 5-10 schools per district. Let's just, you know, if we're considering all elementary, middle school, and high school or whatever, they're not in different districts from year to year. You know what I'm saying? They're like that's what I'm saying is if these people reside in a certain district, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, it should still be the same district that they're voting on.
Well, it changes based on the census. So the population changes. So then that's when they come in and they redraw up the districts. What you're saying is right as far as, you know, it's shady what they're doing.
I'm saying what it should be. I know it is something different, but at the same time, like from year to year, because like if we're really gonna have a fair assessment, you can't go, you know, you can't have one with you know, these lines being drawn differently every voting cycle. Like, how do you really get a true pulse of?
They don't do it every voting cycle. They change it when the population changes. So that's how it works. And you know, some of these gerrymandered districts have been drawn up for a long time, and they just make adjustments when the census comes out. Let's play this right here. It says, at times beginning in 2015, 2016, I defended Tulsi Gabbard for taking albeit selective and anti-interventionist stand on Syria and other wars. I was wrong. Gabbard is a monstrous opportunist and hypocrite. History won't remember her fondly. You know, and I felt some kind of way about her because she was saying some good stuff back in the day. But yes, who she really is has been revealed with time.
I don't know if Kamala knows what she's up to, but the reality here is when you look at things like what Representative Cori Bush is saying, what the Squad is saying, what so many of these other people are saying who are accusing Israel of committing a genocide, it is the height of hypocrisy because they're apologists and supporters of these Islamist Hamas terrorists who are calling for a genocide, the extermination of all Jews, not just in Israel, but around the world. And we're seeing this being carried out by these violent mobs and threats and other things that are happening against Jewish people literally around the world. And the worst part is they're doing this under the guise of, well, we care about innocent people and we don't want people to get hurt, when in fact, they are in essence supporting and apologizing for the barbaric actions of Hamas against innocent women, children, and civilians.
I called it creating the monster, like they're Dr. Frankenstein. And now the monster in their progressive wing is turning against them. But they're trying to pretend like this is kind of a shocking development. It's not a shocking development. This has always been there, but it's also deeply anti-American, is it not?
It is, and it is against the very foundational principles and values of who we are as a country. These Democrats, they have called people like me an Islamophobe for many years just for speaking the truth about radical Islam, about the threat that this Islamism poses to the freedom and peace and security of the American people and people around the world.
Well, do you believe, as do some of these Republicans in the Senate, that we should be bringing in more Afghan refugees? We brought in, what, 80, 90,000? We didn't vet any of them. I'm sure some of them are great people and helped us in Afghanistan. But do we have 80,000 interpreters or drivers? I mean, I don't think so.
There are many, unquestionably.
Yeah.
But just like we're so concerned about Biden's open borders and the fact that we've got millions of people coming in who are not vetted in any way, shape, or form, who have not been checked.
But they
and
don't
we
share our
know-
values, to Nigel Farage's point as to what
Right.
you're seeing in England.
Right.
This is, they say, oh, you can't call it a clash of civilizations. Why not?
Mm.
It is a clash of civilization. No women's rights, no belief in pluralism, the dignity of the individual, free expression, none of that.
No.
That's not on the table.
No, and that is the hypocrisy of seeing these, the LGBTQIA activists out there holding and waving the trans flag combined with the
Yeah, that's
Palestinian
stupid.
flags. Like they don't,
That's a new level
they
of
don't know
stupid.
and understand what this Islamist ideology is, this radical Islam ideology, where they actually want to kill people. They want to kill those people
But Tulsi,
specifically.
they have to tie Ukraine to Israel because they know Ukraine
won't stand on its
No,
own.
it's not
That funding and
It's
again,
over.
they're trying to cheat the American people through their representatives by saying, okay, you support and you want to stand with Israel. Well, guess what? We're going to sneak in all of this other money that we're going to take out of your pocket and your bank account to go and support something that increasingly Americans are
Well, it's not-
understanding.
it's not
This
working.
proxy war against Russia is pushing us closer to nuclear war, and it's not in our best national security interests to do that.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like this whole thing is really revealing a lot of people. They're bending themselves into pretzels, and the logic of their arguments isn't there.
At all.
I can't help but to think about Saudi Arabia. So all of the stuff that they said about Islamists, they women's rights and all of this stuff. LGBTQ, all of that stuff. Saudi Arabia is an example of all of that.
But the only time they talk bad about them is when they decide, when Saudi Arabia decides to ally with others than the U.S. on different matters. So that they will uphold those very values in different ways. They've even talked about bringing Sharia law to America at one point. And I believe it was because of their ties with Saudi Arabia. But it's like, how in the hell, because I mean, my thing is like we're still talking about natural versus unnatural. And that's what a lot of things that, because I don't even want to tie the LGBT stuff in with even Christianity, but they are way more lenient on these ideals that like trying to push certain things that's unnatural to the planet. And okay, yes, this we have always had a certain demographic that stood in, but to try to make that the majority, something that okay is pushed as trying to be normal is not what's good for our national security or just the existence of people, period. So I don't know. I mean, that's where I get hung up on it, is because like, okay, you one of your major policies is to try to bring LGBT rights across the world, and willing to fight other countries because of it, where it's already something that's somewhat rejected. Like if you want to allow those people to leave, hey, or leave it open for them to be able to come to, because they're LGBT, they can come to America, they can go to whatever country that they want to that has that, if they want to, be more open with it. But you really want to go to war with people because they choose that that's not something that they're going to promote or as a good thing.
Exactly. And that's what I liked about Tulsi Gabbard, because she was on that America First stuff, and she was like, all of these wars overseas, all of this stuff, we need to bring these wars to an end. Let's take care of our people here. Why are we involved in everybody else's stuff? And that's what she was saying. And she was against the Ukraine war too. She was one of the few ones who was saying it back, early on. But so now we got this thing going on with Syria. I mean, not Syria, with Israel and Hamas, and her tune has changed. Now she's supporting Americans, troops going over there, spending money, American troops dying to defend Israel.
Yeah, and I think that too. We're saying we're saying Israel because Israel is a state to some extent. I'll give it that much credit or whatever. And Palestine is a state. There are certain groups within those two states that's causing problems, but we give everything like Hamas is fighting against the entire state of Israel when it's more so Hamas has beef with the Zionists within Israel. It's not all of Israel that they want to get rid of. It's the Zionists, the ones who's been causing problems for them. They've been causing problems, I guess, for each other for decades. But I think us titling it as them harming the state of Israel is not giving a true picture of what it really is, because it's the Zionists, the people that call themselves Zionists, the political body of Israel, is who they have issues with.
And what I try to say all the time is that you have to separate the people from their government. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, how many
That's
people
just like
here
me and you.
in the United States, and be like, do you agree with everything that Biden does?
Hell no.
So then if somebody held you accountable based on what Biden did, how would you feel about that?
Exactly. That's the whole thing.
And that's
there's
the
a lot
same
of
thing
people in Israel. There's a lot of people in Israel that don't believe in that bullshit. And it's just like, here we are in war. We potentially getting shot up. Like them do, like I said, if it really was Hamas that killed the 1,000 people, in the terror attack, like they're saying, I mean, does it really mean that is the people on the ground understand it more than anybody? That's kind of like even with Ukraine and Russia. A lot of people that was in Ukraine are Russians.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? These are people who identify with each other, and like regardless of the borders that they have, like a lot of times, like those things go unnoticed with the people because they look at each other as very almost each other. Like the difference between them,
it's just that made up line that's written on the map.
Exactly.
Don't even exist, really, imaginary line. And and I wanted to touch on this a bit too, because they always say Israel has a right to defend itself, and nobody can really argue with that. But they don't say Palestine has the right to defend themselves.
No, they don't. That's the hypocrisy that I find, is that okay, because I think that people forget about the attacks that Israel made on Hamas, or let's just say Palestine, because it was on Palestine, the mosque that they hit up during Ramadan last year. People forget about that. And I'm like, well, damn. I mean, so if Hamas just had to take longer because they money not as, they not getting money from US like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And even like, and I don't even think their mind is there like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? They actually trying to live peaceful. But there are people that are not being allowed to live peaceful because of all the interaction. Like the people wanting their land, that they've been able to hold on to, the little bit that they've been able to hold on to, like the ports, because that Silk Road, that's really what it's mostly about. That continued, I guess reclaiming the Silk Road that runs that canal area, the port that's right there in Gaza. So that's really what Israel wants control over, because it's billions of dollars rolling through there every year. Shit, who knows? It might be even more often than that. So
Let me read some comments, some tweet replies. And we're still underneath the tweet about Tulsi Gabbard. This one, it says, sad but true. Another one, it says, the part I don't understand is how taking an anti-interventionist stance on Syria was opportunistic. What opportunities did she get? Another one, it says, she's right, isn't she, about Hamas? Hamas' character is most extremist and violent. That's not the point, though.
no. Well, see, but that's the coverage that they get, because out in the public, Israel is able to, they're able to be seen in the media as people that's here doing this, and like they're in, they're not just, the only time you hear about Israel is not about some kind of war, some kind of thing that they've done. It's different things. But the only time you hear about Palestine or Hamas is in a negative light. But that's purposely done so that those people, even because nobody separates the people from the government in most cases. That's why we're in danger, because nobody around the world is separating us from our government, because this is what we vote for, from what most people would assume. Like, okay, like this is what y'all wanted to spend y'all tax dollars on, and that's why, y'all gotta pay just like anybody that y'all hired to do this job. So that's why it's real crucial on how we direct things, or shoot, we voice our own opinions. Thank God that we do have the ability to say some things, but some of us don't have as big of voices as others, because guess what? The people that's promoting Israel and all the BS that they got going on, because they're just steadily trying to steal. Didn't you show the maps of where this whole thing began back in the 1950s, 1948 or whatever? What land used to be for Palestine and where it lives today?
Yeah.
Yeah. So people if you don't really understand all of that, or you don't get it, you can put, because Israel has been lifted up in this group, nobody really gets to know the truth, and all that you're going to hear is negative things, just the same way they do the black people here in America. You know what I'm saying? Every time you hear something about black people in America, it's usually, the crime and this, and these are, unreliable people to the world, as people say. There's a reason why, this is a good, like pretty much trying to make a good reason why we can extinguish these people. And if, especially for black people to start just getting on that bandwagon really bothers me, is because they don't realize like they live the same thing that these Palestinians are living.
Yep. Let me read this. Let's move on. It says, de-dollarization story of the day. Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand have signed a tripartite agreement to promote the use of local currencies in bilateral transactions. Goodbye dollar and Bretton Woods. Hello freedom and sovereignty. It says Thailand Central Bank proposes dropping dollars in trade. The regulator has called for the use of local currencies to mitigate the U.S. currency violation. Interesting, right? Let's see. I guess this was an article, but I don't want to go to it. It's RT anyways. They be giving me a hard time looking at RT stuff. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, love it. Meanwhile, the Western press won't even run the story. Move along. Nothing to see here. Thanks for sharing. Like, this might be some of the stuff that we're getting distracted from. You know what I mean? how the strength of BRICS. I covered in the other show how China is, bringing back the Silk Road or whatever, like you were saying, and the strength of BRICS, and like basically these countries over there. Syria is making deals with China. You got, they're finding ways around things, around the dollar, and it's like no matter what the U.S. does, their hegemony or their power in the world is diminishing.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, as much as you can, whatever unit of value you want to use for this exchanging medium, I would say find something that has universal value to put your money into, so that you're not just hanging on to a bunch of paper that becomes valueless.
Let's read this. It says currency multipolarity is the only way to slay the monster of impunity that the U.S. empire. It has a chart here showing the U.S. dollar slumping. Let's see. Tweet replies. It says USD share of global reserve currency now stands around 58%. My question is, does anyone know how much further USD must be eroded before it triggers hyperinflation in the U.S. economy?
It could be overnight, bro. Like we could actually from Friday to Monday, there could be a totally different change in the markets. And which is gradually doing it, like it's slowly doing it, but it could be one bad move that totally changes it. I mean, it's probably full out war, which is gonna definitely do it. But
I don't know about that, because we see how these the military industrial complex, they're benefiting from this. Their stocks are skyrocketing as a result of the conflict, the Israel-Hamas conflict.
So
those are American companies that's making money out of this deal.
I hear you, but that's usually, say, bro. I mean, don't you know there's a lot of businesses, big time businesses, that are tanking right now? Businesses that's been around for decades are tanking. So the fall is still happening. Now, is it too late for it to turn around? No, I wouldn't say that, because no, there's a chance that we could have a big change. But that's one of the reasons why, like the Trump has become a hopeful, like, I mean, to way more people than before. You know what I'm saying? This is not just his base rallying for him. Like, people notice the change. They see the difference now. It's like, damn, they got me, but they won't get me again. And that's one of the reasons why they continue. Because if Trump wasn't still number one, as far as who the people were saying who they want to run the country, like, they would, all this lawsuits and stuff just wouldn't be happening the way it is. Bringing up cases just on hypotheticals to whether or not they should put him on the ballot, or if it's legal for them to not put him on a ballot in a state. Like, just all these different things coming about, and still, even with the proof that they have, knowing that he didn't have the deciding factors to change anything that happened at the Capitol. They have his record, his speech on a record of what he said. Like, they know exactly what he said, but they're not going to show that part until all this stuff is over with. So people can be like, oh, damn, that's really what he said. Then why did they do this and that? I mean, they don't want you to have those questions right now. But that's, to me, that lets me know that because they do have these records and they have not let those things out, it's because it's more so in his favor than anyone else's.
My screen is doing some weird stuff. Damn, it's like it's moving by itself.
And look, at people who do understand how how these processes go, because I mean I'm no expert or anything, but at the same time, you know, there's a you know, you have to follow command. Like there's a certain follow what you call it, you know, a pecking order. So, you know, if if it's one person's job to you know, to make certain decisions, somebody above them can't just come and make that decision when they are available to make those decisions. If something happened to them, they died or whatever, there's somebody who would fall into place to be able to make the decision that was underneath them, that would raise up to be able to take that control. So when you understand how that works, and it was never, you know, Trump's ability to, because I mean that was one of the things, should he call in the National Guard? Well, at that point for the Capitol, like he had, you know, that was the legislative branch. They had people that they put in order because it's supposed to be separation of powers. You know what I'm saying? And they purposely do this so that it can't just, you know what I'm saying, you can't just blame you know, the president for, you know, for this certain things, or to even, you know, like they have the different separation of powers for a purpose, on purpose. But you know, the average person just thinking like, oh well, he's the president, he's the commander in chief, right? Well, yeah, that's if it goes against the people. Like if that's international or something like that, yeah, he's got first dibs to be like, no, bring in, you know, let's do this, go do that, whatever, blah blah blah. But when it's within the same government, it's separated. He doesn't have the right to tell them what to do over there in Capitol Hill, in the same way that they can't tell him what to do on what is that, Philadelphia Street? No, I forget but at the White House, like they, you know, they can't. It just doesn't work that way. So when you understand it, you be like, oh, okay, so. Because he even asked, you know, should he do it? They told that's when he found out or remembered that he couldn't step across those boundaries because of those things. But they still try to blame him because the average person is who they're trying to mind fuck. It's not, you know, like it's the people who don't really know those processes is who they're trying to fool, to make them feel like, oh, he had a chance to change things for that day.
Let me read this one. It says global supply chains and sophisticated manufacturing cannot work in multi-currency mode, and I don't see any non-Chinese bilateral trade being settled in yuan. India rejected yuan payment for Russian oil. That's a strong signal. Another one that says,
wait a minute, hold on. They purchased oil with the yuan?
It said India rejected yuan payment for Russian oil.
Well, because maybe it doesn't have enough legitimacy for that yet. Because I mean, that's the whole purpose of the dollar, is to have the exchange for the oil. Now, until that changes on the global market, what's that? Through the UN, because I mean through the United Nations, until that's, you know, because yeah, BRICS might be powerful, but it hadn't got to the point where, you know, they have been you know, labeled as a proper exchange, because that's what the dollar is meant for at this point.
Yeah, but those are agreements that are made between one country and another. So you have other agreements that are being made that don't have anything to do with the dollar.
Well, no, they are, but that's for countries that are not involved in the UN. India is involved in the UN, so is China. So there's still alliances that they have and they need to uphold, but they still can't.
The UN is not an economic alliance like BRICS. BRICS is like an economic alliance. The UN is not. It's supposed to be to keep people safe or whatever, keep us from having a world war.
it's
Yeah.
a political alliance, and it just so happens that finances happen to be, you know, in alignment with some of those political you know, alliances, you know, that it's attached to it. You know, because of those alliances, certain things you know, you can do or cannot do, and it affects finances. You know, it wasn't like a, you know, like, because I mean, all right, just think about this, because the dollar has for a long time, you know, under, whether it was under the gold backed or, you know, as fiat, it has always had a certain stance. And then but because, well, when it did become fiat and it didn't, you know, wasn't relied on the gold and this and that and the third, gave it more openness to be able to be spread more globally and be able to be used globally. So that's why it got the strength that it had. Like, just like anybody, it could have been anybody. You know what I'm saying? Could have been any, but it just so happened to be the US dollar. So it could have been Germany. It could have been, you
A,
know,
a,
who.
a lot of that stuff is you know, our media makes us think, like, when we talk about Western countries and we act like that's the whole world, but it's not. And it's
It,
like
it could have been. It could have
Australia,
been. It could have
United
been China.
States, Canada.
No, it could have been China back then. It could have been whoever, but that's where the deal was made, because the oil strength just so happened to be here. So you know, like, it could have been any form of currency that they use. It just so happened to be the US dollar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mentioning those other countries just because of where they are, who they are. It's because, really, like I said, it could have been anybody. It could have been Venezuela. It could have been anywhere, you know? So, but because of those alliances that were made, and, like, I mean, one of the things that really screwed up things and mispositioned us within the last 3 years is the policies that's been made for us to go green before everybody else in the world, where, you know, oil is our bread and butter. That's what we, you know what I'm saying? Internationally, that's what we're known for. That's our main, you know, like, that's what we have the most power in. And then when you back out of that, that's one of the things that weakens the dollar. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying? That's how we bet so much inflation, is because, you know, we were the petrodollar, and we no longer have petrol that we got for sale. Like, no exchange. You know, not you know, just as to look at it in the value, but to truly be able to exchange with the world. What I don't know, bro.
let
It's
me
a
read
lot
some.
to it.
Let me read some more comments. It says Thailand and Indonesia have strong industries and sound policies, which therefore providing them with bargaining power to do so. Malaysia, on the other hand, another one, it says the other way to de-dollarization is to stop U.S. currency for financial trading for a moment. I urge them to stop for 2 months and withdraw. Then we'll hit USD real hard, especially cryptocurrency. Another one, it says USD demise is accelerating, and that's why they're looking for another war, because the war makes
Hmm.
money.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes money. Like, the trade of it happens higher, at a higher rate. So yeah, so, like, them having an influx of their own money kind of, you know, I guess it somewhat devalues it, or because it's spread out. So I forget. I had to look at it on paper, I guess. But however, with that, the way, because it needs that exchange, you know, mostly with the fuel, and, you know, like the diesel, like the different oils and gas or whatever, they need that exchange. But there's a usage of all of those things when you have to go, when you go into war, like a deliberate, like, at a higher rate. Like these, you definitely, like, you're not just depending on domestic use now. So yeah, I mean, it does help keep the inflation down. Yeah, I would say, yeah, it helps keep the inflation down by them going to war. So it's for them more so, that's more the reason for doing it. So I don't know, like, are they in cahoots together? You know, all these wars, that's, you know, the people that claim to be enemies of each other. I mean, is this like, you know, cordial, like, I'm gonna help you get rid of some of your people, and I'm like, you know, like, there's certain things, like, I'm too much of a conspiracy theorist for me to be, you know, to really be, you know, because I look at it from different angles of, you know, shoot, maybe these people are still friends and they're just doing this because their global agenda.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me read this. It says, I'm happy to have changed all my remaining USD to Indonesian rupiah today while the exchange rate is still favorable. They got a meme right here where it shows like the dollar and like the death of the dollar. And then you got Putin, Modi, Xi Jinping, um, damn it, why I can't think of his name? Brazil. That's the Brazil guy.
That's a South African dude, the China, Brazil,
Saudi Arabia, yeah.
Is it India and Russia?
Yeah. Yeah, they look like they're pretty happy about it.
BRICS.
Yeah.
The 2 S's now,
It says reality dawning, sovereignty leap, journey starts for freeing nations from the U.S. and Western shackles of global imperialism.
Yeah.
It says, congratulations, now you're there on the way to freedom. I want to do some quick stories because I need some reels.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I sent you a message probably about an hour ago. I don't know if you saw it, but you know,
You got to get out of here.
Yeah, man.
All right, man.
Yeah, I still gotta, still ripping and running these roads, man. So just gotta make sure I'm rested. I did rest a lot today, but just try to make sure I'm good when it's time to roll in the morning. But thanks for having me, man. And you know, message to the people, you know, don't be fooled. Like, don't just accept what people, you know, even what me and Chaka are telling you. You know, there's a lot of things that you can research. I mean, neither one of us are just saying things just to say it because, oh, you know, we like the way it sounds coming out of our mouth. But we definitely want people to take it more into their own hands, and that way, if you understand what's going on, you're not going to be the foolish person, you know, on TV, on your own podcast or wherever, saying things that, you know, just got regurgitated somewhere else. But the channel, you know, appreciates y'all and hope that y'all appreciate us, you know, throw in a couple of dollars, a couple of whatever you can throw in to help us keep this thing going. So thanks y'all again for having me, and I'll do my best to be back here next week.
All right, man. Get you some rest.
Definitely. Peace.
All right, man. Let's do some quick stories here. Check this one out. It says Republicans are lying when they say slashing IRS funds will lower the deficit. For each extra dollar the IRS spends auditing rich tax cheats, it can collect $12. Defunding the IRS will increase the deficit. They want to help their rich donors cheat while the rest of us pay for it. So Robert Rich posted this. He said, it's always the same story. Don't buy it. Because that's what's in the news right now. Even with the proposed bill that Biden was trying to get the money to send to Israel and Ukraine, and then the Republicans slid in there a clause that would basically defund the IRS, less money for the IRS. And so, but it looks like it's going to be dead on arrival, hitting the Senate. It came out of the House, and Biden said if it hit his desk, he's going to veto it anyways. And basically, the main reason is because of this IRS thing that they slid in there. Comments, it says, why are the Democrats pushing Kennedy away and not allowing him to run and debate against Biden? I voted for Biden, but if Kennedy is not in, then I'm voting for Trump. Yeah, Kennedy, he's running as an independent now. So that's where he's at. So you already know, most likely he's not even going to be on the ballot in every state. So his chance of winning has been diminished even further. And with some of the stance that he's been taking on different subjects or whatever, it's kind of putting him out of the running anyways. Let's read another comment. It says, I don't know why you and Bernie so silent about Gaza. Your silence speaks volumes. Another comment says, you just want people to think Republicans are lying. Another comment says, why the IRS exists doesn't make sense. That's a silly comment. Another one that says, were you this critical of the millionaire tax cut in Biden's BBB? Another comment that says, anything to protect the wealthy donors at the expense of the citizens of this country. The GOP is nothing more than a money laundering operation. You could say that about the whole government. Another one that says, no more taxes to fund the genocide and apartheid of Palestinians. Another one, kind of like when Mitch told us the 1.2 trillion tax giveaway to the 0.01% was going to pay for itself. More lies. Another one, it says exactly. Also, the Social Security Administration employs 60,000 people. So when Republicans say they want to do something about Social Security, don't forget that they also want to have nearly all of those people lose their jobs. I don't know. I think that's an extreme thing to say. Let's see. Am I sharing? We're talking about time. I might want to get into that. Let's just read it anyways. It says time is absolute. That was Sir Isaac Newton. And then Albert Einstein says time is relative. And then it says time was invented by clock companies to sell more clocks. Karl Marx. I might come back to that. Let me see this one. Support colonialism. Yep. This clip was going around the whole internet. I don't know if I want to play that. The DRC conflict. Hold on, y'all. What is this one?
War III, and this is pretty much going to happen. So get ready for that. And meanwhile, a lot of people are like, well, when Trump gets back in a year and a half, he'll fix everything. It's like, Trump is a Zionist. He has most of his wealth because of the Rothschilds. He goes to Israel with a little hat and does his little thing. He's spoken out about this and said how bad it is what has happened to Israel. So Trump, if anything, will only increase this. But you know what? He actually said some true things. Like 10 years ago, he actually posted this, I think, on Twitter. How come ISIS never attacks Israel? Because the dog doesn't bite his own tail. So he knew 10 years ago that ISIS is the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service, which is quite well known now, I think. So he knew that then. Don't hear him saying anything about Hamas now. Hamas is a Mossad operation, just like ISIS, just like Al-Qaeda. It all is. But no, he just drops a little bit of truth every now and then, gets people all excited, and then he just continues on doing the same old stuff. And man, this is like deja vu with so much of this stuff. All the crisis actors they've got, Here's two videos. The first is from October 7th, celebrating the massacre in Hamaskir. Here's the second. They're playing victim for Palestinian propaganda. So they're pushing towards World War III, and this is pretty much going to happen. So get ready for that. And meanwhile, a lot of people are like, well, when Trump gets back in
the caption to this, it says, when everything fails, they'll take us to war. One comment, it says, ISIS was started by Saudi intelligence and CIA. It was reported in a foreign policy article just as it started. Yeah, I don't know. Scary times, I would say that. Yeah, the little clip he showed with the crisis actors. Now, I never saw that video, so I don't know where they got that from. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, all of the stuff that they're showing, it's wartime propaganda right now. So, you know, we can't trust anything that we see on mainstream media, like at all. That if they're talking about the war. Let's move on. I'm going to try to move fast because I want to cover some stuff. This one, it says, Toyota immediately raises wages after UAW's big wins. It says, when UAW President Shawn Fain said, this isn't just UAW's fight, it's everybody's fight, he meant it. Immediately after the UAW announced they won, 25% raise plus cost of living adjustments for union auto workers at Ford, GM, and Stellantis, Toyota immediately announced raises for their non-union workers. So this is like, you know, this is kind of a big deal. I mean, it shows how, you know, things happen. So Toyota, it wasn't a strike at Toyota, but when Toyota's looking at, you know, the tail of the tape and making their moves ahead of the game, you know, so it's really cool. You know, the people at Toyota wasn't even fighting, and they get to benefit from the fight that the UAW did. Let me read a comment. It says, it's crazy because I just read a Wall Street Journal opinion article talking about how bad the UAW is for American car companies to compete globally, and yet this happens. Another one says, the rising tide lifts all boats. Another one that says, look carefully though, Toyota didn't raise starting wages, so still much better for workers to go to a union shop. Another one that says, we love to see it one way or another. We're going to end the BS notion of neoliberal trickle-down economics. Another one, unions raise wages and standards across the industry in states where they are powerful. State prevailing wage is actually tied to union wage in Oregon. So if you're making state prevailing wage and full family benefits, but you're non-union, thank the UBC carpenter. Another one, love this, keep the transparency and get the rightful old raises. It's another one that says, it's pretty easy when you stand up for your wages, everyone wins, join a union. Another one says, that's the power of collective bargaining. Another one, what we are seeing is the definitive proof that withholding your labor works. Another one says, Toyota got scared. Now let's get Taft-Hartley repealed to get all folks united. Another one, our labor is always our power. If they want it so they have their, if they want it so they can have their extravagant lifestyle, then they'll get with the picture and take care of their labor. Yep. The writers won their deal. What was the other one? There was another one they won. I can't think of it right now. Striking works. You're organized.
Ever has managed to kick the homeowner out of their own house and has been staying in a mansion for over 540 days without paying a cent. Elizabeth booked a long-term stay at a doctor's guest house in September of 2021 for 6 months, and now she's holding the home ransom, demanding $100,000 as a relocation fee. And the owner can't get her kicked out because of some strange laws and a loophole Elizabeth found. Elizabeth reached out to LA's Department of Buildings and Safety, reporting violations of an unpermitted shower and that the unit wasn't wasn't approved for occupancy. The department declared the homeowner had to remove the eviction notice on Elizabeth until the building is in compliance and stopped violating city codes. However, Elizabeth is allegedly blocking the homeowner from getting in the house to make repairs and get those necessary permits. And because she's been in the home for over 6 months, she now qualifies for LA's Just Cause ordinance, which means the landlord has to pay for relocation assistance. So Elizabeth is demanding $100,000 as a relocation fee and to get out of the home. The worst Airbnb tenant ever has managed to kick the homeowner out of their own house and has been staying in a mansion for over 540 days without paying a cent. Elizabeth booked a long-term stay at a doctor's guest house in September of 2021 for 6 months, and now she's holding the home ransom, demanding $100,000 as a relocation fee. And the owner can't get her kicked out because of some strange laws and a loophole Elizabeth found. Elizabeth reached out to LA's Department of Buildings and Safety, reporting violations of an unpermitted shower and that the unit wasn't approved for occupancy.
That's interesting stuff. Like, it's like, if you know the law, you can pull some moves like this. Now, I'm not condoning this behavior. This is pretty fucking shady right here. But I would be very careful if I was doing some Airbnbs with my property, because the laws are changing, and like, you know, I don't know. I think it's a scary thing to do anyways, especially, and in some states it has to be your property. Like it has to be your residence. You know what I mean? I don't like the whole Airbnb model in either way, like for people who are investing or for the market, because we're already having the hardest time finding homes. So when you making less homes available for people when you let like investment firms buy homes and use them for Airbnbs and stuff like that. Like, I don't like it. So, you know, it's terrible situation all the way around, you know, for everybody loses with this. I don't like this direction that we're going in with the Airbnbs. You know, that's why these, like I say, these states and cities are passing laws to restrict Airbnbs because they have a negative impacts. And here's an example of a negative impact on the homeowner. Like, wow, this person used a loophole. Now they're living in a mansion. Like, wow. And then people are going to hear about stuff like this, and then they're going to do their homework and start doing this more. You know, squatters' rights and all of this. So it's like, once they've been in there for 6 months, then they have all of these, the law starts working on their side. Let's read this. A Conundrum posted this. She says, I'm seeing more and more of these stories. Squatters seem to have super rights. Landlords and folks doing short-term rentals, beware. These folks will get more clever and more desperate as time goes on. Another comment, it says, I got some female cousins on the east side that'll get her out for half that. Hit me, doc. Another one, it says, and this is the second time she's done this. Oh, wow. So she's like, this is her game she's playing. Another comment, it says, I'd relocate her to heaven. Another comment, it says, the squatters I'll be seeing in the news clips, media posts, Netflix series are 97% white. Another comment, it says, so she's allowed to stay in the house that violates city code. How are the lights, heats, gas, water still running? That's really a good question, because if that was my place, I definitely would turn everything off. Try to make them as uncomfortable as possible. Another comment says, the way I would put bees in her air ducts, piranhas in the pool, and skunks in the yard, she'll never do no ish like this again. Another one, it says, the epitome of Dwight privilege. It's not really that. It's the people using the law to their advantage. Another comment, hold on. Let's see. Elizabeth will mysteriously go missing. Another one that says, she has crazy eyes. I leave those people alone. Those and the people with black eyes. It says, Elizabeth would have met the ratchet side of my family months ago. It says, send them to me. I'll get them out. Ain't nothing a few spells can't fix. Oof, that's scary. Another one that says, this is why I changed my mind to do travel nurse rentals in my crib. I'm going to jail if someone tries me. This one says, nothing a bucket of tarantulas can't solve. Ooh. It says, this is crazy how people actually get away with this. Yeah, man, the laws are kind of screwy sometimes with that stuff. I covered, what's his name? Freaking, he's going to jail. It says, woman exposes how using a plastic board messes up your hormones. I use a wooden cutting board.
Cutting board, it's probably messing with your hormones. It's estimated that we ingest up to 50 grams of microplastics a year just from our cutting boards. That's like eating 2 AA batteries worth of plastic a year. Instead of plastic, try a wood cutting board. They're naturally antimicrobial, will last you way longer, and won't mess with your hormones. If you use a plastic cutting board, it's probably messing with your hormones. It's estimated that we ingest up to 50 grams of microplastics a year just from our cutting boards. That's like eating 2 AA batteries worth of plastic a year.
Ugh. Yeah, man, plastic everywhere. You know, it's like the old days. The way we did stuff before is always better. Like, we do these damn cheap improvements and it's always worse for us. Let me read the comments. It says, they say wood is bad too, that it holds germs. Shaking my head, what can we do? Yeah, I don't know. I guess you could clean it. Let's read some replies here. It says, they lie a lot. Wood is organic. They say the things that God made are bad for you, but encourage us to eat cancerous processed foods. Another comment says, you can clean them with vinegar, lemon, but I also learned that you should always have separate cutting boards for fruits and veggies, another one for meats, and another one for fish. That's what we do in the restaurants. We they're color coded in the restaurant, so we use certain colors for, you know, different stuff, and that's how we keep from cross contamination, because that's what they're worried about with that. Another one that says, I don't know, that's not practical for most people. Having 3 separate cutting boards takes a ton of space, and if you have a large family, it can be challenging. I don't know that it takes up a bunch of space, really. Like, you can hang these cutting boards, you know. I mean, and you have your pots and stuff taking up space. I mean, that sounds like an excuse right there. I mean, and it's really, we're just worried about cross-contamination anyway. So, but if you keep the damn thing clean, if you clean it after use, then you can reuse the same cutting board. It's fine. Another one that says, wood is definitely not antimicrobial. Plastic is only an issue if you make it a habit to scrape the knife edge against the board, like in the clip. For those asking about glass or ceramic cutting boards, those are the worst for your knife edge. Another one that says, we're effed in every way, mid as well, just live it. Another one says, women still be prepping food and cooking, dope. Or just doing it for the video, bro. Don't get too excited. Another one says, I'll cut my food on the concrete ground and say it. Thanks. Damn, that's extreme. Another one says, oh, OMG, that too. I just ordered all glass food storage containers. I got to get bamboo cutting boards now. Thanks for being right on time. You know, and with the pots, that's what I use now too. I use the glass pots for baking in the oven. Like, yeah. I've been looking at this kind of stuff for myself too. Like I say, the old school ways are the best. Another one that says stone cutting boards are the best. Another one that says, I'm a professional chef and I use only bamboo cutting boards in my house, but in workplace, I go by rules. Did I cover this one?
2003 had an outstanding $240 billion in sales, would not provide a livable wage and afford.
I covered that yesterday. All right, let me see. I'm gonna read the article in a minute, but I need to rest my breath. So let's go back to Twitter. One second. I need some clips for my reels. What we got? What do we have here? Is this one has a clip visiting Julian Assange at Belmarsh Prison this morning? Does it have a clip in here? No. That's Tucker Carlson. This one says, woman dies after speeding driver slams into her at red light in Southeast Houston, police says. This is an article. I don't know if I feel like reading it. Oh, we got a video. Let me share this. Freaking ads. Ads everywhere.
So breaking overnight, a woman killed when she was hit from behind while stopped at a red light in Southeast Houston. This happened on Gulf Freeway at Airport. Police say another driver at that intersection saw the suspect speeding in his rear view and was able to move out of the way, but the victim did not.
She stated that she checks her rearview mirror occasionally and observed the car traveling at a high rate of speed. She felt like they weren't going to stop, so she moved her vehicle over to the side. Oh, wow. And unfortunately, this crash happened right after she did that.
The woman was the only one in that car which was hit and just crushed. The suspect transported to the hospital and is expected to survive. And police are investigating, as expected, if alcohol played any role in that crash.
Man, that sucks, man. It's always the people who cause the damn accidents that live. That shit happens every time. I don't know if it's related to like when alcohol, because when you're drunk as hell, you're all loose and limp and shit. And when you're sober, you're all stiff. I don't know if that's the reason, but looking at that accident, the way that car looked, I don't know if it would have mattered at all. So how the hell? It's not fair. Like, it sucks so bad, you know? It's always the one who caused the accident that freaking lives. Man, pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. So that other lady paid attention and she was able to freaking make it out of this situation. I'm always looking at my review and I don't trust no one. I don't trust nothing. It says a woman was killed when she was hit from behind by a speeding driver while stopped at a red light. She was at a red light. It's so crazy, man. It's like, how can you protect yourself from this, really? It says the deadly crash happened on I-45 Gulf Freeway underpass at Airport Boulevard. Oh, yeah, that's the hood, too. It says the woman was sitting in the intersection waiting for the light to turn green when the speeding suspect slammed into the back of her car, pushing them both through the intersection, police said. HPD said another driver at the intersection saw the suspect speeding in her rearview mirror and was able to move out of the way, but the victim did not. Pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. She was probably on her phone. These damn phones are killers. It says she stated that she checks her rearview mirror occasionally and observed the car traveling at a high rate of speed. She felt like they weren't going to stop, so she moved her vehicle over to the side. Unfortunately, the crash happened right after she did that. The woman was the only occupant inside the car that was hit. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect was transferred to the hospital and expected to survive. Sad, sad, sad story. I don't know. Only thing you can get out of this is pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. Pay more attention. Get out of your damn phone all the damn time. Shit. We worship these phones. It's like we're praying to these damn phones. Yeah, I saw this too. So Briandra Gray, she says, real question, how do they know? It says, as UN officials say, hospitals in Gaza are running dangerously low on fuel. Hamas is maintaining a stockpile of more than 200,000 gallons of fuel for the rockets it fires into Israel. The generators that provide clean air and electricity to its network of underground tunnels, according to the U.S. officials, current and former Israeli officials, and academics. I saw this headline too. So Brianna Gray is saying, how do they know this? Like, it just sounds like a way to, make it excuse the, the atrocities that they're doing. It's like, well, how come Hamas won't help the people? Like, I don't want to talk about this. Let's move on. Okay, here's a good one for y'all. Did I cover this? It says Texas is punching back at the Biden administration by repeatedly putting up storage containers as makeshift wall at the southern border after federal agencies raised razor wire with a forklift to let migrants in. So what? It said federal agents raised razor wire. Federal agents? So you got the Fed versus the state of Texas on the border. Is that what they're saying here? So Texas AG Ken Paxton said in a lawsuit that federal agents used hydraulic-powered pallet forks to rip fence out of the ground, holding it suspended in the air in order to wave more than 300 migrants illegally into Texas. Federal Judge Aaliyah Moses handed Texas a win in this lawsuit, saying the Biden administration must stop disassembling, degrading, tampering at the southern border. Your president hates you. Is this true? Looks like it from the photos. What the H is going on here? So, and then they're showing the pictures of them moving these containers around, using them to back up the fence. That's crazy. Why would they go down there and open up the gate like that with a forklift? What is their incentive to do this? How do we know it was the Fed and not like a person? I don't see any like officials around or troops or anything. Yeah, that's shady as hell if that's what they did. If you got the Fed versus the state, that is not a good situation. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, Texas doing what the feds won't. If you can't protect your own borders, how can you claim to protect your people? Biden administration is more interested in optics than safety. It says, not only is Biden not doing anything about the border, he is actually helping people cross. Another one, it says, sensationalism must stop. They clearly had concerns about the safety of those people who could drown on the river and used humanity to prevail rather than political points or likes on Twitters. We can argue that they shouldn't be there in the first place, but ultimately, had people drowned, how could these guards go home and sleep at night? Despicable hate in full display, and shame on all who agree with this buffoon. Interesting to me, Ken Paxton just got out of hot trouble, and he's all in the middle of this. Why is he even in the middle of this? Like, Attorney General. Let's see. It says, when in the history of our country have you seen an administration actively working against keeping the border secure and doing so against a state? It says, I'm aware of the recent lawsuit between Texas and the Biden administration over the southern border. I have also seen the video that you linked to. I understand the situation at the border is complex and there are many different perspectives on how to address it. However, I believe that it is important to have a humane and compassionate approach to immigration. I also believe that it's important to respect the rules of law. The federal judge in this case ruled that Biden administration must stop disassembling, degrading, tampering at the southern border. I believe that the Biden administration should respect this ruling. I'm concerned about the rhetoric that is being used in some of the coverage on this issue. It's important to remember that the people who are crossing the southern border are human beings. They are fleeing violence and poverty in their home countries. They are seeking a better life for themselves and their families. We should treat these people with dignity and respect. We should also remember that the United States is a nation of immigrants. We should be proud of our history of welcoming people from all over the world. I don't know if they're sending trucks to open up gates, that just sounds really shady to me. I ain't gonna even lie. And if you watch the show, you know how I stand on the immigration thing, but dollars we send the millions of soon-to-be soldiers. That's an ignorant-ass comment right there. I don't know. I see a number of kids in this video. It looks like families. I see kids. I see women. Man, talk about a freaking mess right there. I think that if that's what's really happening. It says, in a healthy society, the revelation of Julian Assange would have brought an early end to the war and saved lives on both sides. Instead, journalism became a crime, and Assange remains locked up in despicable conditions at Belmarsh prison. Yep, journalism is dead. Is this going to show something I can't share? This one, it says, breaking, Yemen's Houthis, backed by Iran, continue to attempt to launch their long-range ballistic missiles and kamikaze drones at Israel. However, due to the fact that the launch munitions were forced across literally the entire Red Sea, they were successfully targeted by ships of the American and Israel navies that have been on duty there since the beginning of the conflict. In addition to naval air defense, the Hek-Strela land-based anti-missile defense system was also used yesterday. Yeah, they're leaving a lot out with this because Saudi Arabia shot down some of that stuff too. I was really surprised when I saw that. I was like, Saudi Arabia? Why the hell? Why the hell did they get involved? And then they get involved on the side of Israel, protecting them? Yeah, so if you didn't know, Yemen is like, hey, we're not cool with what y'all doing to the Palestinians, so we're getting actively involved. That's what they said. And that's what they're doing. Can't really see anything in this video.
Till. Whoa! Till.
If I was Israeli civilian, I'd be scared of these type of developments right here. You know, what's crazy is that the Palestinians can leave, can't leave. The Israelis can. I don't know. If I was there, I'd probably be talking about getting the hell up out of there. Things are escalating. Comment, it says maybe they need hypersonic missiles. Another one. What is this? It says the Houthi rebels from Yemen have become involved in the Israel-Hamas conflict, launching drones and missiles at Israel from a considerable distance away, Router reports. This development underlines the regional risk associated with the ongoing conflict. The Houthi group is supported by Iran and has aligned itself with the Palestinian cause following the recent hostilities initiated by Hamas. This adds a new dimension to the conflict, which has been ongoing for 8 years with Saudi-led coalition in Gulf. The Houthi military spokesperson announced the firing of ballistic missiles and drones at Israel, indicating their intention to support the Palestinians. This widening involvement raises concerns of potential spillover effects, particularly as Israel seeks to eliminate Hamas from its Gaza Strip stronghold. Yeah, I always like to look at maps. So you got Syrian on the north, Syria and Lebanon on the north end of Israel, Palestine. And you have, there's already, there's fighting that's happening here. I don't know if the news is really covering it that much. It does a little bit, it touches on it. But this border right here, there's fighting happening here. You got Jordan on the right side, on the eastern side. And then you got Egypt on the southern side here. So you got Saudi Arabia, who is looking out for Israel, apparently. You got Iran over here on the other side of Iraq, who is looking out for Palestine, like underhandedly, and they may even get into direct fight. And then you got, it's been war going on in Syria this whole time, you know. It's really like a proxy war between the United States and Russia happening in Syria. But Israel is on the United States side. So you got Israel and the United States been bombing Syria for the longest. You've got oil fields that are like up in here, and they're actually, the United States is in control of these areas. So Yemen is down here below Saudi Arabia. So I guess they were launching missiles from that far away. I don't know how successful they thought they were going to be. And maybe that's the reason why Saudi Arabia shot the missiles down, because if it's going over Saudi Arabia's airspace, even if they know that the missiles aren't intended to strike targets within Saudi Arabia, even me, if it was my country, I'd be like, fuck that. You can't shoot no fucking missiles over my freaking airspace. I'm shooting that shit down. Because what if you decide to shoot some shit at me? Like, no, you can't shoot at people over my airspace. Like, fuck that. And so it says USS Carney over here in the Red Sea. That's not the only ship there. There's a whole bunch of ships in there. There's probably some damn subs there too. They don't tell you everything. Somebody said nothing burger. I don't think so, buddy. Tweet replies, it says firing unreliable missiles over Saudi Arabia. They're playing with fire. I'd agree with that comment. It says let one middle fall in Saudi's territory, left Nassau. Yeah. Scary times. Another one that says, this is like them shooting their guns into the air and claiming to be firing at Israel's shoulders. Such clowns. Another one that says, they did a great job in hitting the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan, though. It's crazy. I don't like the way Twitter has changed and put these ads within the feeds. So you can't even avoid the ads at all now because they're in the comments. It looks like a comment, but it's not a comment, it's an ad. So shady. Did I cover this? It says my country's foreign policy hurts my head. India, biggest buyer of Israel weapons. Yeah, I covered this. This one, it says, this is a huge blow to Western propaganda on Xi Jinping. China doubles down on developing Xi Jinping by making it a pilot-free trade zone And this might change the entire Central Asia, West Asia, and Europe. Here's why. Xi Jinping is the gateway to the Belt and Road Initiative, has strategic significance in boosting economic trade and integration between Xi Jinping and Central Asia, since borders with 8 countries: Mongolia, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India. The plan has an extensive focus on comprehensive and opening up, ranging from trade, finance, culture, and education to talent and tech cooperation. It has unprecedented significance for the development of Xinjiang and its accelerated economic integration with Central Asia, with the radiation effect set to spill over across the Asian economies. So this is one of the things that's happening that I think that they're not really talking about. So this is important, because what we were talking about earlier was the new Silk Road or whatever, and it's about trade routes. And Israel wants to do like a competition to this plan right here and have these trade routes run right through Israel. But it can't really do that when it's got all this conflict going on with Palestine. And Europe is having trouble because they aren't getting the natural gas that they would have been getting. They're getting it at higher prices because they blew up the pipeline, so they were getting natural gas from Russia at a decent price, but now it has to be shipped. So shipping is expensive, especially for heavy ass gas. So then the price tag is higher, and they are struggling too. Their economies are struggling too. So regular everyday folks gonna have to pay extra just because of this geopolitical bullshit that's going on. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if one of those European countries flips the script and be like, you know what, we're not rolling with y'all no more on this. We finna roll with Russia, and we finna get our gas cheap. Because at the end of the day, them looking out for their own people, you can't be mad at them for doing that. To be like, man, we're gonna look out for our people now, because it seems like y'all don't really care about us, and we're the ones who's suffering. Because out of this situation, Europe are the ones that's suffering the most, versus the United States or whatever, and Israel, whatever. Well, Israel's going through it, but I mean, they don't have anything to do with nothing. So why are they having to suffer at all with this whole situation? Like, they're so messed up. They're on the sidelines, and they're like, bruh, why are we fucking catching the heat behind this shit? The opposite of catching the heat, they don't have heat. They're freezing. It says the FTZ will have total area of 179.66 square kilometers, covering 3 areas in regional capital, Urumqi, Kashi Prefecture, and Hergos, all of which are important nodes for China-Europe freight trains and flagship BRI project that is deemed as an Asian-Europe Golden Passage. See, that's what this is about. The Urumqi area, based on its geographical advantage, will focus on developing global trade, modern logistics, advanced manufacturing, textiles, and clothes, as well as new emerging industries like biopharmaceuticals, new energy, and new materials. It is also set to become an important platform for exchanges and cooperation with neighboring countries, including those in Central Asia. Kashi will develop an export-oriented economy and develop labor-intensive industries such as intensive processing of agriculture and sideline products, textile and clothing manufacturing, and electronic product assembly. It will be developed into a processing and assembling base that connects with Central Asian and South Asian markets. See, a big part of this is what people don't understand here in the West is like India has a shit ton of people. China has a shit ton of people. Like, it's a whole bunch of people. And a lot of these people are just now moving out of poverty. They have disposable incomes. So they don't need the Western markets, like, at all. They have enough people over there to buy all their products and services. It says Hergos is set to leverage its edge as an international cooperation center to develop modern services industries such as cross-border logistics, trade, and financial services, and make itself a model in cross-border trade and investment cooperation. And if you have money to do some investments, being involved in some kind of, business that's gonna provide a product or service to people in like India, somewhere over there, this stuff is gonna blow up in the next 10 years, like blow up. You can have little small company and it can turn into an Amazon in like 10, 20 years. It's just so many people, and they're coming out of poverty. They have disposable incomes. They're going to be buying random ass shit. They want to be like the United States. They want to be like the West with all of these commodities, with all of these consumables. Let's read this. It says, Western lies about Xi Jinping is not working. Xi Jinping's economy has already grown significantly. In the first 8 months of 2023, Xi Jinping's foreign trade surged by 51.2% year on year to 219.19 billion won. That's 30 billion. Its trade with 5 Central Asian countries grew by 59.1% to 176.64 billion won, accounting for 80.6% of the region's total value, customs data showed. So yeah, it's like, if I was the United States, then I would just want to be involved. If I was a United States, company, I would just want to be involved in this growth. We have this capitalist system where it's exponential growth or whatever. So you need new consumers. So boom, you got a huge ass market right here. That's where you want to go. But it ain't going to happen with the way the United States is pivoting in the world, because they want to dominate everything. Instead of dominating the market, just slide up in there and benefit from it, Why do they have to dictate everything? It's going to cost them. It's going to cost them. They want to control the whole market, and they're going to lose the market as a result. BRICS is going to keep growing, and the dollar is going to keep losing its hegemony. Am I losing y'all with these details? It says U.S. spent over $8 trillion on the war on terror. Now we're doing it all again. Meanwhile, record homelessness, highest food and rent prices in 40 years, people unable to pay their student loans or credit cards. And this man wants you to think we can spend billions more on war. Is there a video? No. Because they asked him about it. He was like, can we really afford to deal with 2 wars at the same time? He was like, this is America, man. Yes, we can deal with it. It's like, bro, so you just got money to blow, huh? Why are we suffering then? It says Wagner offers air support to Hezbollah. That's interesting right there. So, the Wagner group. And y'all remember the whole thing with the coup that happened in Russia, and the leader of the Wagner group, he died in a plane crash? I think that was that earlier this year? And so, yeah, these are like for hire mercenary types, So it says, in a major development, Russia Wagner Group is providing Hezbollah SA-22 air defense missile system. This system could be used by Hezbollah in defense against Israel airstrikes. While the delivery to Lebanon has not occurred yet, it's unclear if the weapon could be transported to Gaza to aid Hamas. If this is true, Hezbollah will be able to shoot down Israel's warplanes, including the F-16 and the F-35, as well as ballistic missiles and potentially hypersonic missiles. Russia touted the SA-22, a very new system, to be equivalent to the U.S. Patriot system and better than a lot of Russians' own air defense systems. Yeah, it'd be crazy if Hamas got their hands on some equipment like this. Talking about escalation of the war, if they're able to. The whole thing is, the planes flying over, blowing up the, everything, and like, they can't do anything about it. So, but if they had some anti-air weapons like this, you would actually have, because right now you don't really have a war, you have a slaughter. It's like bringing a knife to the gunfight. It's like throwing stones at a AR-15. It's like, it's not an actual war. It's more of a slaughter. One side has, they were showing the weapons from like 1972, 78, 1981, homemade shit that they built in the fucking basement and shit. This is what they're using to fight against Israel. Israel has the latest, most state-of-the-art equipment. This is not a war. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, Egypt is with Israel by default. They don't want any terrorist Palestinians and other terrorist sympathizers. It says, if Wagner get involved in this fight, the U.S. will definitely come in fully. We hope it does get to that because the Middle East will roast. Yep. So yeah. So like if somehow Hamas got their hands on some anti-air missiles, you absolutely know United States would run to Israel's defense and go over there and try to blow up any kind of anti-air weapons that they would have, and yeah, that would be a huge escalation. So I don't know if that would actually be a good idea for Hamas to get their hands on something like this, because the PR battle is, the Palestinians are winning the PR battle. They're losing a lot of people, thousands of people. It seems like daily, but the world is starting to like pay attention to the plight of the Palestinians, and like I say, the PR war, they're starting to win that, I would say, from what I can see. So if you think about it, it's like, okay, it was really horrible what they did, October 7th, right? Attacking Israel and all of that. And then it's really horrible the reaction that Israel did as a result of that. But you got to say that wasn't the beginning of this conflict. It had been going on long before that. But you think about Israel, Palestine wanting to draw attention to their plight, then if that was the point of them, the October 7th, then they succeeded. Okay. Now at great cost, huge cost, like unbelievable cost. But if, like I say, their mission was to draw attention to their plight, they successfully did that, because Israel was doing what they were doing, and it was more or less quietly, without so much attention, without the spotlight on them. I really don't think Israel wants the spotlight on them with the stuff that they do and have been doing. But now the spotlight is on them big time. So, like I say, if that's what their goal was, they succeeded. It says, let's see, there goes more fucking ads. Every other damn fucking, It says, it would be funny to see them try to get it anywhere near Lebanon or Gaza. It will be taken out in a split second. Maybe, maybe not. We don't know how big these tunnels are. Maybe they could get some of these systems underground and be able to move them through tunnels. And at nighttime, you can't see very good. And even with all of the technology that we have, you can move big, huge things around at nighttime, and they'll have a hard time, knowing where it's at, and being able to attack it. You can camouflage things. You can redirect attention somewhere else while you're moving stuff. Like, it's ways. Yeah, I don't think that they can't do it at all. It says the World Health Organization has made an urgent appeal for humanitarian access in Gaza, calling conditions there indescribable. It's too late to help the dead, but we can help the living, the Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus told a press briefing in Geneva. Yeah, I feel for old girl. What's her name? The one who's the White House press secretary? She's been having to bend herself in pretzels, man. She's got a hard job. Lord, Lord, Lord. I don't think she's gonna be able to make it much longer. I ain't gonna lie. You see how fast they've been going through White House press secretaries, fucking, especially now. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see her. Like, somebody else is gonna step in and take over because she's gonna be like, I can't do this no more. It's like, how much are you getting paid for this? Whatever it is, it's not enough. Another comment, it says, everybody is attacking Israel. Why? Another one that says, but it's better than the S-400. Another one that says, poor SA-22 has shown to be very unreliable and vulnerable to even drone engagement. What a lack of situational awareness by making the public announcement. I wonder about that, because you, again, like you said, like I said, it's war propaganda right now. So them releasing this information or whatever, maybe some kind of deflection, you know? Let's see. It says, if Wagner does this, and then the U.S. will most probably send huge continuing money to Zelensky and the Ukrainians. What? Where do you get that conclusion from? It says, well, they've got to get them there first. You can bet the IAF is going to be hunting them hard. Yep. They're not going to make it easy. It won't be an easy move. It says, in pursuit of peace, it's important to approach this issue with humility and empathy. Encouraging Hamas to surrender is not about imposing our views, but rather offering an alternative path towards a more stable and prosperous future for all in the region. Get the F out of here. Like, that isn't a realistic thing to say either, because it's like encouraging Hamas to surrender. Like, first off, they're not going to. It's not going to happen, you know. And then, so encouraging Hamas to surrender. So then you think that Israel is going to stop the persecution of the Palestinians if Hamas surrenders? And I was watching some news reports about how, like, it seems like Israel doesn't even care about the hostages, because they're like, free the hostages, but they're not doing any kind of negotiations to free hostages. And then it's like they're bombing indiscriminately. I'm willing to bet they probably done already killed some of their own people doing that. And, you know, Hamas was willing to negotiate with them about releasing hostages, but Israel's like, we don't negotiate with terrorists. So basically you're saying, I don't care about the hostages, you know, I'm not going to negotiate with them to try to get the hostages back. So then, like, you think that you're indiscriminate bombing and you're just coming in on the ground, somehow you're going to free the hostages when they have this intricate ass tunnel system that probably goes all the way through the desert. You're never going to find those people. Another comment that says, let's be clear, Wagner is now officially part of the military infrastructure of Russia. Russia has sided with the terrorists. Another one says, well, is Russia about to do the U.S. what the U.S. did to Russia and Ukraine? Dun, dun, dun. It says, this will be a game changer for the Gaza condition if they consent to Hamas. Yeah. Let's see. It says thousands of fighters join Hezbollah from Syria to the Israel border. Let's see this one. Thousands of fighters join Hezbollah from Syria to the Israel border. The Iranian Imam Hussein militia, originally stationed in Syria, was deployed to southern Lebanon in an attempt to support Hezbollah. The militia is involved in confrontations with the IDF and terrorist activities against Israel, putting the lives of the Lebanese people at risk. The IDF is well prepared to respond firmly to any threat in the area, in any arena. We're also getting reports that thousands of militia members have already arrived in southern Lebanon in recent days. Tens of thousands more members are also on the Lebanese-Syrian border in Golan Heights. It says the stage is being set for one of the most important speeches in Lebanon's history tomorrow. Yeah, I think that already happened. I wonder, do I have any clips from that? It says the U.S. government is the most hypocritical on earth. It is sponsoring Israel and commits genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, using its veto in the UN Security Council to block peace. The U.S. has killed millions of Muslims since 9/11, but now it pretends to oppose Islamophobia. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. But did I actually show what it was? Do we have a... We don't have it. So it says, today, President Biden and Vice President Harris are announcing the development of the first ever U.S. national strategy to counter Islamophobia. And our administration has been clear there is no place for the hate in America against anyone. So the development of the first ever U.S. national strategy to counter Islamophobia. So is this a new department of the federal government? So big government just got bigger. And it's crazy because after 9/11, all of those new agencies, we didn't have the Homeland Security before that. It's just bloated administration, man. It says the Biden-Harris administration announces development of the nation's first national strategy to counter Islamophobia. It just sounds like a waste of money. I ain't gonna lie. What the hell? How are they gonna do that? What are they gonna do with it? Sounds like BS, big government. It says Hezbollah releases final taser before tomorrow's highly anticipated speech on whether they will join the war. This is the first time Hezbollah released teasers for a speech, making this very concerning. Can I play this? And it didn't really show anything. It's like dudes pressing buttons and pushing pieces of paper with their finger. Like, I don't know. I guess I gotta be a military person for it to make any sense. It's not really making shuffling papers. I don't know. It looks like it's saying, yeah, we are going to war, because that's what it looks like to me. Whatever. What the hell do I know? I'm just a guy. It says, just in, Lebanese schools closed for fear of Hezbollah war. A large number of Beirut schools have taken the decision to close their doors tomorrow for fear of any sudden security development. Other schools have also decided to keep their schools open until 12 noon. Source Lebanon Files. So when was this posted? I don't have a date here. I know it was earlier this week. It sounds like fluff, though. It's like bigging up something, like, you know, all these empty chairs. This one, it says, looks like Israel might be outlawing opposition to the war. They've unveiled a new law that would allow Israel to strip individuals of citizenship if they express solidarity with terror groups or incite terror during times of war. I remember I saw this. So, strip individuals of citizenship if they express solidarity with terror groups or incite terror during times of war. So you're inciting terror if you say something about pro-Palestinian, and then you're aligning with terrorists if you say anything pro-Palestinian. It says the law would give the Interior Minister special wartime powers, allowing them to remove the citizenship of individuals deemed to be supporting or encouraging terrorism. Rather than go to the courts, the minister would only need the approval of the justice minister. And I don't want to share it, but I saw some clips where they showed like Israel soldiers basically beating up and muscling these Jewish folks, you know, these rabbis. And this was inside Israel. And they were like roughing these guys up. It says, it obviously depends on how they define expressing solidarity with terror groups, but given the fact that the interpretation of it seems to be at the discretion of the current government, bypassing dual legal process in court, it's fair to assume the definition will be very broad. For instance, it'd be easy to make a case that someone who opposes the assault on Gaza for the enormous amount of civilian deaths is expressing solidarity with Hamas. At the very least, such legislation will likely intimidate people into not voicing opposition, for fear of it being interpreted that the way by current far-right Netanyahu government, who again would do the interpreting. The only democracy in the Middle East. Yeah, man. So, I mean, I don't want to say it, but it's sounding more and more like Germany back in the, Hitler times. This time it's like the opposite. Do we have some tweet replies on this? So it's crazy enough that is happening in France. A new bill in French Senate to outlaw anti-Zionism is absolutely unreal. So let's see. Basically, a proposal is that insulting Israel in France would be punishable by 2 years of imprisonment and a fine of 75,000 euros. And inciting hatred or violence against Israel would land you 5 years in prison and give rise to a fine of 100,000 euros. Yeah, so free speech is dead. And yeah, so like I say, this sounds like some stuff that happened in the past recycling. It says, here's how the bill reads. Bill proposal to complete the penal framework sanctioning anti-Zionism. Article 25th of the law, July 19, 1881, on freedom of press is restated as follows. How long is this? Article 25, those who by one of the means stated in Article 23 have denied the right of the state of Israel to exist will be punished by 1 year of imprisonment and fine of 45,000 euros. An insult committed against the state of Israel by one of the means stated in the same Article 23 is punishable by 2 years of imprisonment and a fine of 75,000 euros. Those who by the same means have directly incited hatred or violence against the state of Israel will be punished by 5 years of imprisonment and a fine of 100,000 euros. It's interesting to me, like France, I get like people can care and be sympathetic with Israel, but like passing laws like this within your country, it seems kind of crazy to me and really, really extreme. Really extreme. It makes sense, Israel doing it, even though I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but it makes sense. But France, like, what is this one? A different story. It says, in 1981, Dr. Michael Shannon worked tirelessly through the night to successfully rescue a premature baby boy. 30 years later, in 2011, Dr. Shannon was trapped in his burning SUV following a collision with a semi-truck. Miraculously, he was rescued from the blazing vehicle by Chris Strokey, a paramedic with the Orange County Fire Authority. Remarkably, it was revealed that Chris Strokey was the same premature baby Dr. Shannon had delivered 3 decades earlier. That's a beautiful story. It's like how things come back around and how, like, God don't make mistakes, and how, it's a small world, and how things come around. One hand washes the other. So if he hadn't have saved that baby's life when he did, would someone have been there to save him out of that semi-truck? It just shows how complicated the world is, like, and simple it is at the same time. Like, the good deeds that you do have repercussions that you can't even imagine. It's like saving that kid's life was like him saving his own life, even though he was doing it, not to save his life, but ultimately that was the result. This is beautiful, beautiful story right here. What is this? Is this related? It says during World War II, a French mime named Marcel Marcoux used his acting background to rescue Jewish children and get them to safety. He would smuggle them across the Swiss border, miming to keep them happy while instructing them to stay quiet. He saved at least 70 kids. Marceau would disguise himself as a Boy Scout, leading a leader in elite groups of children on long walks through the countryside to reach the Swiss border. During the journey, he would use his mime skills to keep the children entertained and quiet so as not to attract attention from German soldiers or collaborators. Marceau's efforts are estimated to have saved the lives of at least 70 Jewish children. After the war, he continued to perform as a mime artist and became one of the most famous performers in the world. He passed away in 2007 at the age of 84. I don't know how that's related to this post, but it says, who's doing this for the kids of Gaza? Or do all the heroes live in the past? The name of the show yesterday was There's No Good Guys, man. Seems like it in this world today. Ain't no good guys. They're all bad guys. So it's like you want to be defensive of Palestine and Hamas. Okay. And you want to be defensive of Israel and the IDF. Okay. Whatever. You got bad guys. Like Trump said, there are good guys on both sides. This is good guys. I'm saying it's bad guys on both sides. I'm saying both sides are full of bad guys. You know, but hey, I know it'll piss a lot of people off. It's a lot of innocent people when they're saying that Hamas is like the whole Palestinian people. Like they make the comments about how Palestine could just get rid of Hamas. Like since they didn't, then they gotta suffer the consequences of whatever. Like it's a bunch of kids, bro. Like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. So you're holding them accountable for their government, bro. Get all the way the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, so you're gonna blow these little kids up because they're protecting Hamas. They don't know shit from Sri Lanka. Fuck out of here. That's an excuse to be atrocious. I wonder why this damn meme came up under this thread, because I wanted to read some comments about that first story with the EMT, but it's taken over by the mime stories. Or am I doing? Oh wait, I did something wrong, baby. My mic is doing something weird. Can y'all hear me? Oh, let me check. Oh, so that was a whole different deal. Let's see. No, it is. Where the hell is the tweet replies for that? I'm not. I think this has to do with the freaking censorship of the internet. Because here goes another story related to people. Let's read this. It says the famous doctor of Paddington in World War I, local hero who overcame bigotry and prejudice to help others. Dr. John Alcindor, a remarkable figure of World War I, emerged as a hero for his dedication and selflessness in providing medical care on the front line. Born in Trinidad and Tobago, Alcindor answered the call of duty as a medical officer in the British Army during the war. Deployed to some of the most dangerous and grueling battlefields in Europe, Dr. Alcindor faced tremendous challenges. He worked tirelessly to treat wounded soldiers, often in perilous conditions, and earned the respect and gratitude of his fellow servicemen for unwavering commitment to saving lives. That's random. I'm gonna move on because I feel like there's some censorship happening related to this. Or people just don't care about this story. It's a beautiful story. And it's getting drowned out by this other stuff. Maybe I'm just not navigating this stuff right. Getting tired. I don't want to read no sad story. Oh, this is pretty funny right here. And one of the Halloween trends this year was children dressing up like President Biden, surrounded by their friends who were Secret Service. In this video, for example, Biden is seen stumbling around while the other kids direct him down the street. Once Biden saw a woman, he started sniffing her. Hilarious and sad at the same time. Pretty funny. Let's play this.
I can't get enough of this. That was funny. I'm sorry.
It's like, that's a trash can, Biden.
It's evening, sir. How are you? Oh, no, 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 do not smell me.
I don't know. How is the state of affairs when people are openly making fun, like it's a trend to make fun of your president?
Good afternoon. It's evening.
I mean, it has happened in the past. I remember even when Bush was president, they was making fun of him left and right, but I don't know. What are the state of affairs? And it was different kinds of jokes too. It was like not like how it is with Biden. Like, definitely Biden's age is a freaking liability at the least, man.
Good afternoon. It's evening, sir. How are you? Oh, no, 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 do not smell me.
So when Doc says Kamala Harris is going to be president, it could definitely happen.
I can't get enough.
Because I really just don't see Biden having another 4 years in him to be the president. I don't see him having it in him. I'm not saying he's going to die. I'm just saying that he's not going to be able to do the job. He looks so old and stiff. It says, breaking, Jordan and Saudi Arabia informed Yemen that it will not allow its airspace to be used against Israel. On the other hand, these two countries have given the green light for Israel warplanes to use their airspace, including for attacks on Yemen. So Jordan and Saudi Arabia is, like we was talking about earlier, they're like, Yemen, you can't shoot missiles over us. And I don't know why it's not been covered in the news, but Saudi Arabia shot down some missiles. Let's read this. It says, this is absolutely insane. I don't have words to comprehend my disappointment. It says, Saudi thinking them playing some chess here. Smart move, hypocrites among hypocrites. Smart. Are they Muslim rulers? See, that's another thing about this, is that's probably where people get confused, because they think that this is really like a Jews versus Muslims war or whatever, because that's the way they're framing it, but it absolutely is not that. There is a factor related to that, but that is not what's really going on, because if it was, then you would see countries like Saudi Arabia and Jordan on Palestine's side, and that is absolutely not the case. So that doesn't support the narrative. I wanted to cover this guy's little deal because I watched this whole video and it touched me. I don't know if you guys are going to be bored with it though. It says, you can't behold evil and then return and not speak on it. Ta-Nehisi Coates speaks about how an experience in Palestine illuminated the connections between the African American and Palestinian liberation struggles and moral responsibility to speak out. I'm going to play a little bit of this and give myself a break anyways.
I spent 10 days in Palestine, in the occupied territories, and in Israel proper. I've had the great luxury over the past 10 years of seeing a few countries. I have not spent more time or seen more of another country or another territory than I did this summer. I think what shocked me the most was in any sort of opinion piece or reported piece or whatever you want to call it that I've read about Israel and about the conflict with the Palestinians, there's a word that comes up all the time, and it is complexity. That and its closely related adjective, complicated. And so while I had my skepticisms and I had my suspicions of the Israeli government, of the occupation, what I expected was that I would find a situation in which it was hard to discern right from wrong. It was hard to understand the morality at play. It was hard to understand the conflict. And perhaps the most shocking thing was I immediately understood what was going on over there. Probably the best example I can think of is the second day when we went to Hebron, and the reality of the occupation became clear. We were driving out of East Jerusalem. I was with the Palestinian, with PalFest, and we were driving out of East Jerusalem into the West Bank, and you could see the settlements, and they would point out the settlements, and it suddenly dawned on me that I was in a region of the world where some people could vote and some people could not, and that was obviously very, very familiar to me. I got to Hebron, and we got out as a group of writers, and we were given a tour by a Palestinian guide, and we got to a certain street, and he said to us, "I can't walk down this street. If you want to continue, you have to continue without me." And that was shocking to me. And we walked down the street, and we came back, and there was a market area. Hebron is very, very poor. It wasn't always very poor, but it is very, very poor. Its market area has been shut down. But there are a few vendors there that I wanted to support. And I was walking to try to get to the vendor, and I was stopped at a checkpoint. Checkpoints all through the city. Checkpoints obviously all through the West Bank. Your mobility is completely inhibited, and the mobility of the Palestinians is totally inhibited. And I was walking to the checkpoint, and an Israeli guard stepped out, probably about the age of my son. And he said to me, "What's your religion, bro?" And I said, "Well, I don't, I'm not really religious." And he said, "Come on, stop messing around. What is your religion?" I said, I'm not playing. I'm not really religious. And it became clear to me that unless I professed my religion and the right religion, I wasn't going to be allowed to walk forward. So he said, "Well, okay, so what was your parents' religion?" I said, "Well, they weren't that religious either." He says, what were your grandparents' religion?" And I said, "My grandmother was a Christian." And then he allowed me to pass. And it became very, very clear to me what was going on there. And I have to say, it was quite familiar. Again, I was in a territory where your mobility is inhibited, where your voting rights are inhibited, where your right to the water is inhibited, where your right to housing is inhibited, and it's all inhibited based on ethnicity. And that sounded extremely, extremely familiar to me. And so the most shocking thing about my time over there was how uncomplicated it actually is. Now, I'm not saying the details of it are not complicated. History is always complicated. Present events are always complicated. But the way this is reported in the Western media is as though one needs a PhD in Middle Eastern studies to understand the basic morality of holding a people in a situation in which they don't have basic rights, including the right that we treasure most, the franchise, the right to vote, and then declaring that state a democracy. It's actually not that hard to understand. It's actually quite familiar to those of us with a familiarity to African-American history.
Well, Ta-Nehisi Coates, last night you were asked about the significance of Martin Luther King's words on Vietnam. You said it's taken you years to, quote, understand nonviolence as an ethic, and that you understood that ethic in Israel. Could you explain?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think the thing to do is just to proceed off of what I said. Martin Luther King dedicated his life to the fight against segregation. Israel's a segregated society. the occupied territories are segregated. The jury's segregated. It's not, hard to understand. There are different signs for where different people can go. There are different license plates forbidding different people from going different places. Now, what the authorities will tell you is that this is a security measure. But if you go back to the history of Jim Crow in this country, they would tell you the exact same thing. People always have good reasons besides, I hate you and I don't like you to justify their right for imposing an oppressive regime on other people. It's never quite that simple. And so that was the first thing. But the second thing I think that you're referring to is, this is like really personal for me, because I came up in a time and in a place where I did not really understand the ethic of nonviolence. And by ethic, I mean the notion that violence itself is corrupting, that it corrupts the soul. And I didn't quite understand that. If I'm truly honest with you, as much as I saw my relationship with the Palestinian people there, and as much as it was clear what the relationship was, it was at the same time clear that there was some sort of relationship with the Israeli people too. And it wasn't one that I particularly enjoyed, because I understood the rage that comes when you have a history of oppression. I understood the anger. I understood the sense of humiliation that comes when people subject you to just manifold oppression, to genocide, and people look away from that. I come from the descendants of 250 years of enslavement. I come from a people who sexual violence and rape is marked in our very bones and in our DNA. And I understand how when you feel that the world has turned its back on you, how you can then turn your back on the ethics of the world. But I also understood how corrupting that can be. I was listening to actually my congressman last night, or I guess it was 2 nights ago, talk on the news, and a journalist asked him, how many children, how many people must be killed to justify this operation? Is there an upper limit for the number of people that could be killed when you would say this is just too much? This just doesn't, compute. This does not add up. And I have to tell you, that congressman couldn't give a number. And I thought, that man has been corrupted. That man has lost himself. He's lost himself in humiliation. He's lost himself in vengeance. He has lost himself in violence. I keep hearing this term repeated over and over again. The right to self-defense. What about the right to dignity? What about the right to morality? What about the right to be able to sleep at night? Because what I know is, if I was complicit, and I am complicit, in dropping bombs on children and dropping bombs on refugee camps, no matter who's there, it would give me trouble sleeping at night. And I worry for the souls of people who can do this and can sleep at night.
Lost themselves. The angle that he came at on this is pretty damn touching. It's like he's really like talking about the Israeli people, and having his concern for them, and losing themselves in anger, losing themselves in revenge. It's like, what do they say? If you go on a mission for revenge, dig 2 graves. Is that how it goes? It's like, go ahead. What's up, Doc? How you feel?
No, I was saying, yeah. That's exactly what the saying is.
So your anger. I have a personal thing to share too, because I know that I have a lot of anger, and recently I've been trying to deal with it, and I've been like, realizing that like the mistakes that I've made in my life, like a lot of the situations that I put myself in, and the suffering that has come as a result, a lot of it has come as a result of my anger, like me being upset and angry about things that happened in my life, even if maybe it was my fault, or maybe it was someone else's, or whatever was the circumstances, stuff that may have been completely out of my control. Like I think about my childhood a lot of times, and I blame my parents, and I'm like, they wasn't there for me or whatever, and that's the reason why freaking my life sucks or whatever. But I came to the conclusion that the anger that I have isn't helping me. It's hindering me. It's making things worse. Like So for me to improve my life, I have to let go of that anger. Like I have to look at the things that are good in my life. I have to look at the things that make me happy. And so when he was talking about nonviolence, and it's like, kind of like what MLK was saying with turn the other cheek or whatever. And like a lot of people talk bad about that, and they're like, oh, Malcolm X was saying, by any means necessary. But and when I was coming up, I was all a Malcolm X type of guy, but I still, like, now I'm coming around to understand that idea of like when you accept that anger and and you react with violence, you are destroying yourself, and that's something in you is going to be lost forever. And that is more tragic, I would say, than, the tragedy that happened to you. Because you don't have control over what happens to you, but you do have control over how you react to it. Anyways.
No, you don't. Often you don't. I mean, that's the whole idea about what a reaction is it's not necessarily what you think in your mind and all that. It's an emotional response. It takes over you. It overwhelms you. It reaches you at the animal level, and you're reacting to that pain in a fight or flight manner. You don't make good choices when you're in that place, and that causes guilt. The guilt is what causes the anger later on. You're actually angry at yourself more than you are at the world or anything like that, because you've chosen wrong and you've chosen badly. And when you look back on it, the culpability, no matter how much you try to deny it, no matter how much accountability you try to avoid, deep inside, you know that you were the one that let that get to you. And because of that, you then realize that that break, and it is a break from reality for a moment, has caused you to hurt other people in the way that you were hurt. And then that causes frustration because that's not right. And then that causes anger because that's not the way people are supposed to be. And, well, I can't be that way. That's not me. That's the fucking world. That's the world pushing shit on me. They're making me this way. I'm not choosing to be this way. I haven't chosen to react in these manners. This is the way they've made me. I have no control. Now you have a politician. Just a thought.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I've come to the conclusion that my anger has caused me more harm than it has helped me. And therefore, I feel like I need to not allow myself to be angry to the extent that I have been and stop freaking destroying myself in that way. I know that I'm my own worst enemy, and that's something I gotta accept. I want to do some news articles now. There's a list of them. Oh, let's do this. This is pretty apt because isn't it about time for the clocks to go back? They go back at 2, or did they go back already? How long have I been on?
Here in Texas, it goes from 2 to 1. Because that way the bars get to stay open an extra hour.
Yeah, so it's about to happen then in 7 minutes here. It's 1:53 a.m. So fall back, how daylight savings time can seriously affect your health. Let's check this out. It's probably going to be an ad starting now. What is my screen doing? Yeah, man. They should just leave the damn thing alone. Just leave it alone. Didn't they say that they were going to do that? Why haven't they done that? Just leave it.
Hey, there's arguments for both sides. I'll tell you, if they change it, they're going to change it right back within a few years. Well, originally it was because we were an agrarian country. You know, we're a farm country, and you know, kids had to be up. They couldn't go to school. People had to be up to take care of animals, to take care of crops and all that stuff. It gave people that did the actual outdoor work and stuff like that a few extra hours a day, especially in the early morning when needed, to have more light and to work by. The idea is that it saved natural daylight for them. Using that as an excuse, if it still works that way, and we're still in that particular lengthy rotation in all of the sun, then as soon as the green energy guys find out that it actually costs more in energy usage to not change it, then they're going to change it right back.
Let me see. Is this a video? Let's see what this says. Is it a video or what? It says next week across most of the U.S., Americans will turn their clocks back 1 hour, signaling the end of daylight savings time.
It may be a little darker earlier, but you're getting more light in the morning and throughout the day. And in fact, under standard time, you get many, many more days of daylight.
And that argument is great and all, but if they hadn't have pushed it forward in the first place, wouldn't we already be getting it or whatever? Like, it's like
no, the hour back and forth changes because as the seasons go along, the daylight hours change. So the hour maximizes that time of day. I mean, you know how the further along it gets, it'll still be light at 9 p.m. outside.
Yeah.
But right now, it's still dark at 8, 9 in the morning. Or 8, 9 in the morning is when the sun starts coming up. When they switch that, the sun will be coming up like 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, giving everybody almost an hour and a half. We really get about an hour and a half extra out of the time change, because as time progresses, the light moves more into there, and then it's a cycle. Longer days, shorter days, summer solstice. The summer solstice is the longest day of the year. It has the most light within a 24-hour period. The winter solstice is the shortest one. That's that one day a year that you go out and it seems like, you know, you've been out half the day and all of a sudden it's dark. Why is it dark at 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
You know, and that's now going to be 6 o'clock. And then the people in the morning are going to have an extra hour of light, and it's going to get darker a little soon, which is nice because I hate walking out at 9 o'clock and the sun is just finishing going down, you know. You're still seeing the wisps of the blue and the wisps of the color still at the edges of the horizon.
Yeah.
Learning, memory, executive functioning, multitasking, for example, which you can normally maybe do, that could be impacted during this transition because sometimes you're not getting as much sleep, or the quality of sleep can, you know, is also altered. I think accidents, I think things that are like not just mental performance issues, but physical performance issues may be also impacted.
With daylight savings time coming to an end, what people really need to focus on is their driving. Now that's going to be darker earlier. You have to readjust to get used to that glare. You also want to make sure that your headlights are working properly. And this also goes into the school zone area too. You know, kids are getting out of school and it's darker earlier. So you need to be much more alert and attentive to your surroundings.
Oh my God, kids get out of school at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, man. They're at no risk from daylight
So when you're in
savings
standard time, you're in turn.
Wait, go ahead. What'd you say?
No, I was saying the schools get out at 3 to 5 in the afternoon, 3 to 4 in the afternoon. They're not at any kind of risk of it being dark out there. That's the whole idea about this. The whole idea it was created was so kids have more time in the light. Of course, back then it was to work farms and stuff like that. Now it's just because, people, starting to stop time aside, there is more useful daylight hours using this switch back and forth program than there are if you just kept the time as it is.
Yeah, I
And
just
that's
don't
what
know.
that's what it's ultimately about. I mean, people have developed it into a complex. Well, I can't sleep when it's light. Well, that's not a problem. That's not a biological problem. That's a psychological one.
Yeah, I just don't know if the cost effectiveness is there because, like, we covered it before in the show how, like, people die. Damn it, that's my smoke alarm. People die every year around this time of the year, right? People with heart issues and stuff like that. It's like the extra stress of the change, on both sides when it goes
They also
forward and
die
when
at
it
this
goes back.
time of the year because the average daily temperature drops 30 degrees,
Well, they
causing
know that.
bodily stress.
Well, they know that the actual day of the time change impacts.
It's the weekend of the solstice. It's the same that it's been for thousands of years.
Yeah.
It's the same trigger for thousands of years. It's the beginning of the holiday season. It's the first chance most of the kids are coming back from their first visits at university. There's thousands and thousands of random factors involving and coalescing during this time. To sit there and say daylight savings kills people is really kind of a stretch.
Let me play some more.
Internal body clock, your biological clock, is going to be more aligned with a sun clock, which is, your environmental clock. The science is very strong. The evidence is very strong that if you have to choose between those two, it would be permanent standard time because your clocks are going to be more aligned with each other, and therefore you're going to decrease your risk of having all these negative, health issues.
Yeah, so she just said you have health issues as a result. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's standard time, which is what we're going back to. This is the time of the year that the stresses and the problems are less, and more of it's going to be family and stuff like that, schools, things like that. It's the one in the middle of the summer that friggin' fries people.
Let's read some of this. Am I sharing? Yes. This is AP article by Claire Savage and Melissa Perez Winder, November 3rd, 2023. Chicago AP. Brunch dates and flag football games might be a little easier to get to this Sunday when phone grace early risers with an extra hour of rest before alarm clocks go off. The downside, next week across most of the U.S., the sun will set well before many folks step foot out of the office, leaving them to run errands or take walks in utter darkness. Come November 5th, daylight savings time is out and standard time is in and will last until March 10th. No need to wait till midnight hour to prepare for the time change that clocks in early Sunday when 2 a.m. becomes 1 a.m. before bed beckons Saturday night. Rewind the clock on the microwave, oven, car, or any other device not yet clever enough to make the leap on its own. Besides scheduling stumbles and sleep habits disruptions, experts say that the twice yearly ritual can have more serious effects on human health. Many Americans are already sleep deprived, and a change in the time messes with sleep schedules even more, says Dr. Phyllis Z., a sleep researcher at Northwestern Medicine in Chicago. Although she says falling back and gaining an extra hour is generally easier on the body than springing forward and losing one. Chronic sleep deprivation can increase levels of stress hormones that boost heart rate and blood pressure and of chemicals that trigger inflammation, research suggests. Just that 1 hour can change the amount of sleep you get, the quality of sleep that you get, Z said. Off-kilter sleep can affect people's ability to multitask, stay alert, and even maintain their balance, making them more prone to accidents. Molly Hart, spokeswoman for AAA's Auto Club Group, warned that there may be an uptick in accidents on the road following the time change. With daylight saving coming to an end, what people really need to be focused on is their driving now in the afternoon and when it's dark earlier, and when they may be feeling drowsy, she said. Hawaii, American Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, and most of Arizona do not observe daylight saving time. Wow, I didn't know Arizona. So Arizona doesn't spring forward and come back?
No, there's an area
I
that
can
does it. See, the thing is, the whole argument is starting off with it's a people problem. I mean, when you go up there, the very first thing that they said was most people are sleep deprived. So what they should be saying, instead of this causes problems with people's sleep, is it exacerbates their bad habits that they have already.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because if everybody's already sleep deprived, then this isn't the cause of all the stress. The cause of the stress is the fact that they are sleep deprived and unable or unwilling to create a healthy sleep schedule.
And I understand why Hawaii and American Samoa wouldn't observe it, because they're like on the other side of the planet, right? So like, what the hell, like, how does the sun affect them on that side of the world when, you know, because they got a whole different, their cycle or whatever is different from ours.
There's only about a 4 to 6 hour difference, I think, between Hawaii and California. I think it's the same amount of difference as there is from East Coast to West Coast. Something like that. They're not that far out, but you know, as far as it is, again, this daylight savings time was created long before then. They don't have the agriculture and stuff like that this was an answer for. So why would they adopt it?
Yeah. And you got Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands, and they're right off. Well, Puerto Rico is right off the coast anyway. So, like, that's kind of weird. If you're in Puerto Rico and then you're talking to somebody in the United States, and then they're like, hey, the time just went back or the time just went forward. And they're like, yeah, the time didn't change for me. Like, it's the same.
No big deal here. Well, it really messes some stuff up across Arizona, though, that's time dated and stuff. Especially since I believe part of the state does and part of the state doesn't. And I think there's more states. I think at one point there was like 2 or 3 states involved that didn't do it. And over the years they've changed because the maps for the daylight savings time and all that seem to look different now than the ones I recall from high school back in the 80s.
Let me read some more of this. It says some members of Congress have pushed to end the back and forth and make daylight savings time permanent. The U.S. Senate in March 2022 passed a bipartisan bill named the Sunshine Protection Act, but it stalled in the House. The bill was reintroduced by Senator Marco Rubio in March of this year, then referred to committee where it has remained idle. Savage is a corp member for the Association Press Report for American State House News Initiative. Report for America is a nonprofit national service program that places journalists in local newsrooms to report on undercovered issues. So why did they say that? Like, was that the end of the article? Was that even related? Whatever. Yeah, so it's 2:09 now on my on my computer, 209 on my phone. I guess when they're talking about being careful driving, tonight probably be a day to be careful driving because people get an extra hour of drinking, so they're gonna probably be a little more drunk when they leave the bar or club tonight.
Yeah, I'm actually probably going to go out and start doing some Lyft driving right after this because they've got bonus time. They got bonus zones all night long tonight.
What does bonus zones mean?
It's times when they need drivers in certain areas, and I'll get a bonus streak if I go over into that area and pick up my first ride. I'll get like after 3 rides, I get like a bonus, certain amount of like $8, $10, $12, $15 when I get that third ride, and then when they pop up like every hour or so, that means they need people out driving at those times. So you end up, I'm making, $20-25 an hour, up from 10 to 15, up from $12 to $15 an hour. I'm making $20 an hour plus now driving because I'm learning how to work the street zones and the more high demand areas and times.
That's cool.
So I lost $150 a week at work, but I've only added 10 hours to my schedule a week, to my total schedule, and I'm making an extra $400 a week.
Oh, sounds great. You got to cover those new bills, though.
Well, to be
Check this
fair,
out.
half of that goes towards gas and car payment. So I'm really only making an extra $200 a week.
Yeah.
But I got a car out of it.
Well, that's still extra 200.
The
Yeah,
car,
you got a car and extra 200.
is paying, literally the car is paying for itself.
That's what's up. Check this out. It says former Memphis police officer pleads guilty to federal charges in the Tyree Nicholas death. This is another AP article by Jonathan Mattis and Travis Lawler, November 2nd, 2023. Memphis, Tennessee. A former Memphis police officer pleaded guilty Thursday in the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols in exchange for prosecutors recommending a 15-year sentence, becoming the first of 5 officers charged in the case to admit guilt. Desmond Mills Jr. entered his plea during a hearing at the Memphis Federal Courthouse as part of a larger agreement under which he will also plead guilty to related charges in state court. It wasn't immediately clear if any of other officers would follow suit. Attorneys for 3 of the officers declined to comment, and William Massey, the lawyer for Emmett Martin, said in a text message that they will stay the course with the former officer's criminal defense. Mills pleaded guilty to federal charges for excessive force and obstruction of justice and agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. The final sentencing decision rests with the judge. Mills remains free on bail ahead of his May 22nd sentencing hearing. So this guy's going to go to jail, the one with the Tyree Nicholas thing. I'm trying to remember which one was the Tyree Nichols. There's so many of these that happen that they all get jumbled up in my head. I know which one it is, but I can't really, like, my brain is not telling me which one it is. Let's read some more. It says, this one today was very difficult for me because this was really the first time I actually heard somebody tell and say what they actually did to my son. She told reporters outside of the courthouse. So this was very difficult, but I'm hoping that Mr. Mills, it was his conscience that allowed him to make this plea agreement and not because of his lawyer telling him it's the right thing to do. Yeah, so what is it? He's taking a plea, but he's facing how much time?
15 years.
15 years. Yeah, so then if he's taking a plea and he's facing 15 years, so if he didn't do the plea, then he must have been facing a lot more time. It says, caught on police video, the beating of Nicholas in January was one in a string of violent encounters between police and black people that sparked protests and renewed debate about police brutality and the need for police reform in the U.S. The 5 former officers who were charged also are black. The 5 former officers who were charged are also black. I think I do remember this one because, you know,
This is the one.
that's the reason why.
This is the one that they caught from the camera on the pole. They had the body cams, but they also had the closed
Street.
camera. They had the street thing from up on top of the pole that just happened to be looking right at where they caught him. And this is the one where he ran. And I mean, anyone that's ever grown up on the streets or has any knowledge of the streets knows that that's how you get your ass beat. When you make them fat ass fuckers run, you get hurt every time. That's the worst thing you can do is make them run, because they will take their jelly donut ass and boot stomp the fuck out of you if you make them work up a sweat.
Yeah.
And I mean,
And
I'm
that's the
sorry,
reason why.
officers out there, but you damn well know if we make you fucking run, you fuck us up.
Yeah. Well,
But
and that's probably.
And this is the one where emergency got on, came to scene and didn't help him for like 15 minutes.
Yeah, so that's probably why this one is actually getting, you know, the police officers are getting caught up is because this one was outraged, right? This one blew up and went viral and shit, like, right? It was like really big story, and people were protesting. Let me read some more. It says Mills and 4 other former Memphis Police Department officers were charged in federal court with using excessive force, failing to intervene, deliberate indifference, and conspiring to lie, as well as obstruction of justice after they were caught on camera punching, kicking, and beating Nicholas on January 7th. He died 3 days later. Yeah, and they lied about what happened too. That was the other thing, right? They were trying to cover it up, and they didn't let the shoulder cam footage come out and all of that. So then the CCTV coverage is what came out. It says the 5 Mills, Martin, Tadarius Bean.
I dropped the Wikipedia link to the quick Wikipedia link to it in the private chat.
Okay, I might go to it, but it says the 5 Mills, Martin, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder and other charges in state court. Mills is the first to agree to plead guilty. Nicholas' mother and husband said the possibility of 15 years in prison is a start. Nicholas' stepfather, Rodney Wells, noted that Mills has a family with 3 children, 6 years old and younger. 15 years is a long time with no parole, Rodney Wells said at the news conference. That's going to affect his family. That's going to affect him. Blake Balling, Mills' defense attorney, told reporters that Mills understands he did something wrong and he's taking responsibility for it. Balling added that there's overwhelming evidence of the guilt of people involved here, and if authorities need Mills to testify at a possible trial, he will. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy said Mills' cooperation probably would incentivize the other officers to consider plea deals too. Mills will also cooperate in the U.S. Department of Justice investigation into the Memphis Police Department, which Mulroy said should lead to systemic reform. Mulroy said the defendants hold different levels of responsibility in Nichols' death, and that Mills is not the worst of the 5 officers charged. If he's not the worst and he was facing 15, So the Wikipedia page, what was it? It was just telling the background of this. I don't want to play the video because I don't like horror porn.
It's just a Wikipedia. It's nothing on there. It's got the people involved. It's got a section for people involved. It's got the police officer's name, information about the Scorpion units that they're dealing with serious crimes. It's got a rundown of the traffic stop and what happens, and then it's got a section on the charges and actions being taken. And it talks about the investigations, how a lot of the dismissals of certain criminal charges of people involved, because even the medics, the EMTs, got charged in this for failure to give aid. And yeah, this one was pretty bad. The ultimate cause of his death was a baton strike to the head, which, sorry, man, with 5 officers there should be no reason for them to be pulling lethal blows. I mean, that's my opinion. I wasn't there involved in it. I can't honestly say 100%, but when you've got 4 or 5 officers on scene trying to restrain one person, there's no reason that one person should get hit in the head with a baton. But to be fair, he had already taken 2 or 3 tasers by then and was still fighting. Of course, they're also saying that one of the initial takedowns did not have to happen. He wasn't fighting or aggressive. There's a reason to believe that the initial stop itself was not clean.
Let's skim through the wiki.
And then in September, federal prosecutors charged all 5 officers. Say violation of civil rights, both by beating him and failing to administer first aid. So it's not just that they beat him and killed them. They could have stopped it from happening. They could have stopped his death even after they had done wrong.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just negligence, it was maliciousness. That's what happens when you make the fat boys run.
And I can't help but to think that if it wasn't for the CCTV video of it, that
It would have
this
all
whole
been dismissed.
yeah. Let me read a little bit about the wiki. It says on January 7th, 2023, Terry Nicholas. So this hasn't even been a year. 29-year-old black man was fatally injured by police officers in Memphis, Tennessee, dying 3 days later. The officers, all members of the Memphis Police Department, Scorpion Unit.
He technically he did die 3 days later.
That's what it said. 3 days later.
Your little thing to the right where the picture is, it's got just a quick breakdown of everything. You know, what happened when
Memphis Police Department, they be getting in trouble left and right? And the Scorpion Unit, the name of the unit is Scorpion. Something is jumping out at me about these dates and names and stuff. So it's like 3 days later. I'm thinking about Jesus. Like, y'all forgive me.
We covered this in one of the shows.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah. This is like one of the first. This is one of the earliest homicides in this year
for the year 23. Yeah, January 7th. So just a little bit of it. The officers, it says, unit pulled Nicholas from his car before pepper spraying and tasing him. Nicholas broke free and ran toward his mother's house, which was less than a mile away. 5 black officers caught up with Nicholas near the house, where they punched, kicked, and pepper sprayed him and struck him with a baton. Medics on the scene failed to administer care for 16 minutes. After arriving, Nichols was admitted to the hospital in critical condition. The officers reported that they stopped Nichols for reckless driving. The MPD released 4 edited video clips from police body cameras and nearby pole-mounted camera. MPD Police Chief Carolyn J. Davis later stated that the department had reviewed camera footage and could not find any evidence of probable cause for the traffic stop. So it's like, why did they even pull him over? What the hell?
That's what I'm saying. It was
And
late night. He looked twitchy.
what? This wasn't the one where it was
Neighborhood
like
baby.
one of the officers were his ex or dated the girl or his girlfriend or something like that. That wasn't this one, right?
No, there would, believe me, there would be something about that in this wiki for sure.
So a little bit more. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and the United States Department of Justice both opened investigations into the incident. The autopsy determined the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head and the manner of death as homicide. The 5 officers who allegedly assaulted Nichols were discharged from MPD effective January 8th, 2023. Damn, so they fired them like the next day? Well, discharge doesn't necessarily mean fired, but it says they were arrested and charged on January 26th. See, all of this happened really fast.
Well, that's the whole new accountability in policing and all of that stuff. This is what everybody wanted. They wanted them to start getting held accountable, and it's happening fast. When this one was caught on camera and obvious, they're gonna fry. Of course, they're gonna fry him.
So they were arrested and charged January 26th.
What this, all these laws that are doing, they're not making things better. They're just making sure the police know not to be caught on camera anymore.
It says January 26th, second-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated assault, official misconduct, and official oppression. 4 of the officers have pled not guilty to the charges. One officer, Desmond Mills Jr., pled guilty to the federal charges of excessive force and obstruction of justice and agreed to cooperate with prosecution on November 2nd, 2023. MPD has disciplined, relieved of duty, dismissed, or arrested 13 officers in total regarding their conduct. Memphis Fire Services terminated 3 employees for their failure to evaluate or assist Nichols. After the release of the videos, widespread protests began on January 27th. The 5 officers involved were also charged with civil rights violations by federal authorities in connection with the killing. One of them later pled guilty to the charges. Yeah. Well, that guy is going to jail. That one guy. So, and then they said he was one of the ones that wasn't as, his part wasn't as bad as the rest. So I guess those other guys are they're going to be facing more time. Let's move on. Check this one out right here. It says Seattle area police searching for a teen accused of randomly killing a stranger resting on a bus. I think I remember seeing this story and it was just like pretty damn terrible. So I wanted to cover it, not because I want to share horrible stuff with y'all, but because it's just like, what the F? So Gene Johnson wrote this November 2nd, 2023. Am I sharing? And y'all can hear me, right? It says authorities in Seattle area are searching for a 17-year-old boy they say shot and killed a passenger on a city bus last month in what newly filed charges documents described as
the headline, not the whole article.
Let me see. Oh yeah, okay. Thank you. Too many damn screens open. Okay. Authorities in Seattle are searching for a 17-year-old boy who they say shot and killed a passenger on a city bus last month in what newly filed charging documents described as the senseless execution of a total stranger, a recent example of the shocking but rare attacks on public transit around the country. And this story kind of makes me think about the other one where you had the 2 young kids who ran over the retired police officer. And I saw the clips of them. They don't seem like they have any kind of remorse. Like there's clips floating around the internet where they put up the middle finger to the family while they were in court and stuff. And like, these kids are like, man, these kids are wily, man. They're scary to me. I ain't gonna lie. What is going on with our society? Let me read this. It says, Miguel Rivera Dominguez was charged Wednesday with first-degree murder and second-degree unlawful possession of a firearm. He is wanted in the death of Marcel DeJuan Wagner, 21, who appeared to be sleeping when he was shot on board a bus in White Center, an unincorporated neighborhood just south of Seattle. On October 3rd, the King County Prosecutor's Office said. Court documents did not list an attorney for Rivera Dominguez, who might speak on his behalf, and voicemail left Wednesday for a couple identified in charging documents as his guardians was not immediately returned. The team had no prior criminal record. Casey McNerthy, a spokesman for the prosecutor's office, said in an email. So it said a couple identified in charging documents as his guardians. So what, these are not his parents? Is he adopted? What is going on with that? It says King County Metro boosted security on the H line, which runs between downtown Seattle and the south suburb of Berrien, after the shooting, spokesman Al Sanders said in an email Thursday. So what do they say? They're still looking for this kid, right? Still looking for this kid. It says since early last year, the agency has doubled its number of unarmed security guards to 140 for a system with about 7,000 bus stops and about 240,000 daily routes. It also has about 60 Metro Transit police officers, about 20 fewer than its budget would allow, owing to staffing shortages that have proved a challenge for departments around the country. I don't think that if you had more police officers or whatever, that would have prevented something like this. Like, yeah, more policing is not necessarily the answer for this, I don't think. Like, and our system is not preventative anyway. Our system is punitive. So it's just like having a police officer around so we can charge him. So at least he won't be at large right now, I guess. It says last month, a man who sprayed a New York subway car with bullets in April 2022 injured 10 people, was sentenced to life in prison. Just 2 months earlier, a woman was shoved to her death at the Times Square subway station. And in September, a man was stabbed to death on Los Angeles subway without warning or provocation, authorities said. An Indiana woman faces federal...
No. Why are they throwing the Los Angeles subway? All of these are being thrown. We're talking about where here?
We're talking
now
about...
they're all over. Now they're all over the country.
Seattle. We're talking about Seattle. Yeah, that is kind of random.
They're
like,
talking about L.A., New York, all of it. None of that has anything to do with the shit going on in L.A., but they're using it like, oh, well, they don't have enough police there, and look at what happened in New York. Oh, well, what about Los Angeles? It's like, whoa, wait a minute. What does all of that have to do with this article?
Yeah,
sorry, I got confused there for a minute when they started. My brain started flashing because I was trying to jump across the country going, wait a minute.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to say, we need, crime is out of control. We need more police all across the nation.
No, they're just trying to create fear, and a lot of people take public transportation. So by doing all this rapid fire stuff like that, it's like, see, aren't you afraid of public transportation now?
Yeah.
Click
so
here,
you need to get a car
if you want to know more.
Whatever.
Click here if you want to know more. Click here if you want to talk about federal hate crime charges. Click here if you want to talk about an 82-year-old man fatally beaten. Come, see more. Death, doom, destruction. It will make your day.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
I don't know
don't forget, buy from my advertisers.
So maybe that's what it's about, clickbait. And it's like scary stuff like this is what gets people's attention, I guess. I don't know. What came to mind to me when they talked about the chick? It says a woman shoved to her death at Times Square subway station. Yesterday I did a coverage of it said what's better, things that they do better in Japan, and it showed clips of their subways, and it has like it has barriers there where you can't fall and you can't be pushed onto the tracks because they have like a It's like a wall there. So, I mean, you know, that's something that we could do different. Let's read some more. Indian woman faces federal hate crisis in the 18-year-old college student, Chinese descent on public bus earlier. So that's the connection to all of this is the public transit, right? So yes, so that's what it is. That's the connection. So the
No, that's what
connection
I'm
is
saying. They started jumping all over. They talked about this one guy shooting one guy on the Seattle train. And now they're just going with all kinds of stuff that has happened all across the country, which, you know, and then they go back to their story toward the end too.
So that's what it is, because I've been making the argument that we need high-speed rail, like all these cars and all, you know, building bigger, wider freeways is not the answer. It's like they widen freaking I-10, and now we have the widest freeway in the world, but sometimes it's like a damn parking lot. You know what I mean? Because there's more cars. So like the answer is clearly mass transit. You know, high-speed rails are the answer to our, like, us being in traffic all day, spending half our life in traffic, like the painful ass commute, all the car accidents, all of the road rage, all of the taxes we pay, gas,
We're way
stickers.
past that. We're way past that solution. They don't want rails anymore. Rails connect places. Rails make it easier to get around. They want the 15-minute cities. That way they can keep people in smaller, that way they can keep people in bubbles and they don't have to worry about mass transit that way. Only people that have, you know, the ability or the vehicles that will allow them that far travel from one 15-minute city to the next are going to be the ones out there.
Yeah, so what I'm getting from this article is like PR for, you know, against mass transit, against public transportation.
They can't protect you there. It's dangerous there. So, you know, who knows what they're leading toward. I just think that whole segue right there was absolutely a whole bunch of information that neither really helped or hurt the story, but really distracted me from what they're trying to say, especially since they pick up that is the typical example of someone writing a report or an AI writing a report and told to make sure you throw some details about other stuff in there or related things in there.
Yeah, but they always have an agenda. You know, they always have like a narrative. They always have something underlying, subliminal message.
Take a good look in that right there. They have 4 links to other stories with ads on those pages in that area.
Yeah.
That's about getting you to click on those other stories. If you took all of that out, the story would actually read better.
Yeah.
Because it would go from...
Let's finish it up. It says, according to charging documents, Rivera Dominguez was on the bus for about 15 minutes wearing a full face ski mask when he pulled a cord requesting a stop. He then shot Wagner without any provocation and, in fact, without having ever interacted with the victim at all. Deputy Prosecutor Lauren M. Burke wrote in a requesting that bail be set at $3 million should he be arrested. The defendant's senseless execution of a total stranger strongly suggests that if released on his own recognizance or on low bail, he will commit future violent offenses, Burke wrote. There were about a dozen other passengers on the bus who appeared stunned by the gunfire, including a 17-year-old boy who was with Rivera Dominguez. King County Sheriff's Detective John Free wrote in a probable cause statement citing bus surveillance video. The attacker then fired 2 shots through the rear door of the bus and left with the friend, authorities said. The statement said investigators identified Rivera Dominguez by following the pair via residential and business surveillance cameras eventually tracking them to a neighborhood in Burin, where a detective knocked on a door and was advised by the resident that there was a teenage boy living nearby. Investigators used the address to identify the boy as Rivera Dominguez through a prior report that he had run away from the home. Free began investigating him and also learned the identity of the friend through a social security office with the Highline School District. So, like, it seems like he doesn't live with his parents or whatever. Like, and then this shows how intricate the surveillance state is. You know, freaking, they can watch you and follow you. They know who you are. They can find you. Like, a little bit more. So the detective said investigators eventually questioned a friend who confirmed that Rivera Dominguez was the shooter, and they found surveillance footage from a Boys and Girls Club showing that he changed clothes and removed his mask in a locker room just after the shooting. The boy stated he had no forewarning that Dominguez was going to shoot anyone, and that neither he nor Dominguez even knew the victim, Free wrote.
Okay, so basically they just publicly released this kid's name who just ratted out his buddy on what really almost sounds like a gang initiation shooting.
That would be a motive.
Because that's what happened to one of my professors from HCC. Is she was vacuuming out her car one day, and some MS-13 rolled up on her. A kid, probably 12 years old, jumps out, shoots her in the back of the head, and then jumps in the car, takes off. They eventually found out 5 people over the course of 2 weeks lost their life the same way. And it turns out that it was a gang initiation. They were bringing some people. They had been hitting town recently, and they were bringing people in, and that's how you did it. They didn't have a beat you in option. It was blood for life. Say you had to do something in front of a witness, and that way your life was in their hands too.
Sad times, man. Sad times.
This is also one of the reasons why you've noticed I'm very vehemently against MS-13, and I know a little bit more. I know some of the stuff about what they do because I actually follow news and reports on them. I've watched these guys over the last 20, 30 years. I've watched these Mexican gangs and cartels, especially MS-13, take over drugs, human trafficking, all that stuff from the original, the OGs, the ones that the rappers came from originally. And it's like, it's not a street level thing for them anymore. They went through the street. Now they're supplying. They're trafficking. And these guys, they're scary ruthless.
Yeah. Aren't they the ones that took over that prison? We covered that story.
They got a couple of prisons.
Like, literally took over the prison. Anyways, let's go to this one. It says, as billions roll in to fight the U.S. opiate epidemic, one county shows how recovery can work. So hopefully this is a positive story. Is there a video? Ads. Gotta love them. I don't know. If it was an ad, I'd want to watch it be car commercials. Sometimes they'd be pretty good. Hold on.
Communities hit by America's opioid epidemic are starting to get their share of the $50 billion in legal settlements from drug makers, wholesalers, and pharmacies. Most of that money must be used to address the crisis, and that could mean communities look more like the area around Findlay, Ohio. 48-year-old Corey Kinn is working to ensure people stay in recovery.
Our main goal was to bridge the gap after treatment.
because after they get out of jail or prison and they start treatment, and then when everything's said and done, then what do?
Kin leads a sober living house for the organization Focus, helping others who are recovering from an addiction.
The guys will get up, they'll get their coffee, get ready for work. I have conversations with them, see if they need anything, just kind of see where they're at.
He says it's important that people working to stay sober have someone who understands the journey.
Okie doke.
Someone like him.
All right, you ready? I hurt my back in '99, and that's kind of where I got introduced to, pain pills, tried heroin, and that was a whole different animal. Everything I did was to feed the heroin addiction.
He spends the second half of his day inside the Focus office.
Key wouldn't work, Miss Ashley.
Working with clients in their recovery.
How you doing? Oh, I'm here.
The county has not decided how it will spend the settlement money, but advocates like Precious Stubbe think the system here could be a model for other communities.
Our goal has been to try and ignite every part of our community to be part of the solution and come to the forefront with this is something that you can do.
Experts say focusing on recovery is crucial. So far, in 2023, only 3 overdose deaths have been confirmed in the county versus 28 the previous year. Kin thinks they are helping too.
You plant the seed, but you may never see the tree grow. Just knowing that I helped plant that seed and it's a possibility that it will grow is enough for me.
Patrick Orsagas.
Glad to hear you're doing better.
Associated Press in Findlay, Ohio.
Didn't really say anything. So, but that that money from the suit, Purdue Pharma, is starting to roll out. So I was hoping that this story would explain ways to like improve the situation. Like hopefully they're using the money in ways that actually help, prevent this kind of thing from happening in the future. Let's read it. It says, Finley, this is Associated Press by Geoff Mulhill and Carl K. Johnson, November 3rd, 2023. What, you was going to make a comment?
No, I was just saying the money coming in, this is not about prevention. This is about going to the people that it has harmed and trying to help them get their lives back together. I mean, I understand prevention would be nice and stuff like this, but there is a mess of wrecked people that need that hand up, that need that place like that place that he's got where they can go and talk, and they need halfway houses where they can, get away from the people dealing that and not having a place to stay because they're, and having choices instead of just, like he said, the only choice he had was to feed his addiction. I mean, this money is about fixing what happened. Another set of money needs to show up for prevention. Or, hey, how about we include that as part of education? Instead of just going, drugs are bad, don't smoke crack.
The saddest thing
you remember that from school.
Yeah, I remember that. The saddest line from this little clip was the part where he said, everything I did was, what did he say? Yeah.
Everything I did it to feed the addiction.
Wow.
And
that's
no offense, he still has some steps to go in his recovery.
Yeah, that's sad.
He's dumping accountability onto the addiction.
Let's read some. Findlay, Ohio, communities ravaged by America's opiate epidemic are starting to get their share of a $50 billion pie from legal settlements. Most of that money comes with the requirement that it be used to address the overdose crisis and prevent more deaths. But how? So yeah, they're talking about prevention, and then a lot of these people died. So that's what I'm saying.
That's by catching these people that are hooked and on the edge and trying to bring them back. When they're talking prevention, when we talk prevention, we talk the logical step of prevent this from happening in the first place. When they're talking prevention, they're talking about prevention of self-deletion.
Okay.
They're talking about pulling people back from the raggedy edge and stopping them from going over. When we talk prevention, we're talking about not letting them get up to that cliff in the first place. Or at least that's what I'm assuming when you're talking about prevention. You're talking about stopping the addiction before it becomes addiction. These guys are trying to prevent what the final stages of that addiction bring, if you follow that. And did we lock up or lose you? Yes. It looks like we lost you. Well, my ugly ass isn't something that people want to see, I'm pretty sure. We should have him popping back up any moment now. Okay, and I really wasn't prepared to do bad jokes or fill time, waiting for him to come back in. Hopefully his whole setup isn't down. It's probably just a little crash. Yeah, I guess I could just rumble some observations and stuff that I've noticed recently. Things like, everyone's talking about one of the subjects that comes up a lot is about how we don't need cursive, how we don't teach cursives in school anymore. And the thing is, we don't need to. Cursive was about teaching people fine manipulation and things like that, using their fingertips in better ways and stuff like that. And we don't need to. We've got computers. We got video games. I mean, we've got fine manipulation skills now that medical professionals didn't have in their first year or two of colleges back, in those days, in the days before the World Wars. Call them boomer days, just because.
I'm sorry, y'all. Can y'all hear me? How long have I been out? Something weird happened. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? I apologize. I was telling the story about how, you know, my daughter's mom passed away from prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs. And I went crazy. I went to depression. I lost my house. Overnight, I went from 2 parents, 2 incomes to 1 parent, 1 income. And again, like these thing with these prescription drugs, these opiates, they affect people that's just not just the people that are on drugs are impacted by this. You know, it's a community problem. It's a community issue. Like it's, you know, and you know, people get prescribed these drugs and then they get addicted to them and then they freaking abuse them and then they freaking die, man. And I know this for a fact because I've seen it happen in my own life. Like this is a thing that, you know, we should, and the connection between mental health and this is like so much depression, so much, you know, when we was talking about pain and like maybe you have some kind of, like the guy had a back problems or whatever, but sometimes it's a mental pain and then you're using these drugs and it's like we have to find the root issues of these things instead of using band-aids of these drugs to try to deal with these situations. I feel like I'm rambling now, like, because I don't know where I was saying, what part. I don't know when I lost y'all. I don't know when it fell out. I don't know what point to go back to because I don't know how long I was out and I don't know what part I stopped on. Let me just keep reading. It says a lot of pieces of this country's transformation, including aggressive outreach to people who had overdosed, were in place nearly 4 years ago when an overdose put Jackson at the edge of death. By then, the crisis had shifted from prescription painkillers to heroin and then to even more potent fentanyl, an opiate produced cheaply in illicit labs. So a lot of people are talking about fentanyl now, like that's the big thing in the news. Fentanyl this, fentanyl that, and it is mixed up in everything. Like, and it's really cheap to be made. I saw them using like some kind of tar. It was like some shit they got from China, and then they mixed it with some shit. It was like black, and then they were outside, and they had it in a pot, and they were cooking it, and they were talking about how like they would sell it for like I don't know a couple $100 or whatever, and then as soon as it crossed the border, it was worth like I don't know 100,000 or some shit, and it wasn't even that much. It's just because it's so potent. A little piece traces of it is really really potent, and they're lacing this shit and everything. And so, but still, like the whole thing with the legal prescriptions have led us down this road into this fentanyl thing, you know. Can y'all hear me? Am I here? Am I still here? The hell, man. Let's read some more. It says her mother was told to prepare for a funeral. Johnson, then 27, survived, but when she was well enough to leave the hospital, her mother didn't let her come home. Instead, she went to Finley's homeless shelter. She had just hospital scrubs to wear. There, a peer support worker, someone in recovery herself, tracked her down. The person who was trying to find me didn't give up, Johnson said. She took me under her arm and carried me through some of the hardest weeks that I would have. The settlement funds from drug makers, wholesalers, and pharmacies would not be enough for every harm reduction, treatment, recovery, and prevention program that might be needed to fight the nation's opiate epidemic. But it could be enough to jumpstart major changes to the efforts. Since its implementation began a decade ago, Hancock County has brought in more than $19 million in grants, largely from the federal government. Other funding comes from a county tax levy and the state. Health insurance helps pay for treatment Like hundreds of U.S. communities, it launched a drug court where people can avoid jail if they work on recovery. At a recent session in the county's historic courthouse, applause rang out as one woman advanced toward graduation. The judge also ordered an inmate drug test to determine whether one man could continue in the program. Some advocates urge communities not to spend settlement funds on drug courts, saying there's limited evidence they work and that participants who return to drugs can end up with harsh jail sentences. You know, and it's like these people have mental health issues, they have a chemical dependencies, like these aren't real criminals. Like our justice system isn't designed to deal with, you know, like this. We have a punitive system, so it just knows to punish. And it's like these people need help. Like punishment is not what's gonna help them. Like, let's read on. It says Carrie Kostick, who had been using drugs for 30 years, said drug court helped her stop using. It was just an endless, ridiculous, awful cycle, said Kostick, now a peer support worker in a neighboring county. Thank God I went to drug court here in Hancock County. At studies urging, the University of Findlay launched classes on addiction that can lead to an entry-level certification for work in the field, a partial answer to recovery workforce crunch. There are 3 recovery homes and community centers where people can attend 12-step meetings, play video games, or learn to crochet, and a similar place for teens. Hancock's network amounts to no wrong door system, said Malik Kim, Brandeis University social scientist who evaluates some of the county's federal grants. Someone showing up at the recovery center can be connected in a warm handoff to a treatment provider because of personal connections between the programs. The idea, which echoes experts' recommendations for use of the settlement's money, is that people with the right support can recover from addiction. Every person who stays in recovery is a person who will not die of an overdose. It's not just about how to get people off opiates, but how do we keep them in remission and increase their stable recovery, said John F. Kelly, a Harvard Medical School. His research has shown that recovery support services such as housing, community centers, and peer coaching can help. That's something to be optimistic about for families to not give up hope that their loved ones will be able to get and stay in remission, he said. I'm feeling all kind of like bad because I don't know when this damn show froze up. I don't know what part y'all heard and where I stopped. Let's read a little more. It says, the first step to keeping people who use drugs alive using practices known collectively as harm reduction, there's evidence that the efforts are helping. After 28 overdose deaths from all drugs last year, Hancock County has 3 confirmed overdose deaths and 5 suspected ones so far in 2023. The county launched a needle exchange, providing supplies to reduce needle sharing and the risk of HIV and hepatitis C. These are policy staples in larger cities, but less common in smaller ones, in part because critics worry they enable illegal and unsafe behavior. Earlier this year, the staff added safe smoking supplies so people who smoke drugs can avoid burns and the release of toxic fumes, but it agreed to stop after city officials objected. Other harm reduction measures in Hancock County include the disturbing naloxone, a drug that can reverse overdoses, and strips to test drugs from the powerful opiate fentanyl, and for xylazine, a veterinarian tranquilizer that can slow the nervous system and cause wounds that can become infected. Stubby said she would like to send people released from jail home with naloxone, but the law enforcement officials haven't been willing to go that far. The story is kind of exhausting to me right now. Like I'm feeling kind of emotional. Let's read it. It says, instead, distributing the opiate antidote happens elsewhere. At the Family Resource Center, the Quick Response Team compiles lists of overdose survivors and people with substance use disorder who are being released from jail or prison. One afternoon, Misty Weaver, the team coordinator, went out to check on 2 recent overdose survivors. One who overdosed in a Walmart parking lot gave a home address that didn't exist. The person who answered the door for the other said the man had gone to rehab facility. Weaver left a bag full of materials, including socks, naloxone, test strips, condoms, and information about other services. Christina McCarver, then living in Toledo, did a 30-day treatment program to address her opiate addiction. Within 24 hours of being released, she relapsed and returned to the treatment center. The center found a place for her in the Finley's facility. After that program, she moved into a room at the woman's recovery home. It turned out to be an important part of her recovery. We keep each other in check, she said. Instead of talking about drugs with using friends, she said, we kind of do it the other way, where we talk ourselves into, let's go to a meeting instead. For the 49-year-old McCaver, who survived a half dozen overdoses and a life rife with trauma, being in a house made her feel like she was trusted and needed again. After 8 months living there, McCarver became the on-staff coordinator for the house. After 3 years with that job, she recently moved to a similar position at the Home for Mothers. We need community. You know, community is what matters. Community is what helps. Community is the answer. You know, people caring, people being indifferent to other people's suffering. Like when people feel invisible, you know, that's what leads them down these roads, and they feel like nobody cares. When we have like a healthcare system that's profit over people, when they feel hopeless, when they feel like, you know, they're just working to pay their bills and they're just living check to check, and you know, it's so many factors in this. I think the focus really needs to be on mental health. We really need to put a huge priority on mental health. You know, that is the umbrella, like that is the root that leads to all of these different things, crime, drug addiction, you know. It said, let's read on. It says the homes in residential neighborhoods require people to be in recovery for 30 days before moving in. Rules include doing jobs around the house, attending mandatory meetings and events, and drug test requirements. Give these people a home, man. Give them a community. Because when they're out there in the streets, they're just going to run right back into the drugs, no matter how hard or how much they really want to get off of them. And stop fucking prescribing them with these damn opiates just because they got a freaking back pain or whatever. It says, in the man's house, William Mole appreciates having structure and mentor Corey Ken, who's few years further along in recovery. That's always better than having someone who's just trying to tell you something you've read out of a book, said Mole 38. When the first home was planned in 2015, it faced strong community opposition. After that, Stevie said she increased efforts to keep Finley officials and the public in the loop. The newer homes haven't caused a stir. So yeah, I think a lot of the money needs to go into like community. You know, like this, I see it now with the housing situation, like putting them in a place where they got a support, they got a community, they got clean water, they got food. You know, it's like recovery lasts forever too. Like, you know, you're always in recovery, you know, years and years down the line, you can always just fall back and relapse in this shit. How much longer is this article? This damn thing is going on forever. Anyways, this story took a lot of energy out of me, y'all. I feel like I'm losing y'all too. I'm gonna move on because this just took all my freaking. I done got all emotional and shit, revisiting my past. But let's move on. Be strong, Chaka. Be strong. I didn't know it was gonna take me down. It was gonna take me in that direction. I'm feeling all bad too because this computer froze up. And I think that's what it is. Like with people like me, like it's just like the littlest thing happens and it just like you over exaggerate, you overthink things, and then you start fucking visiting your past. You start crying like shit. Y'all help me. Help me, help me. That's all we need. We need a little help sometimes, you know? We can't do it alone, you know? Everyone tells you to just be strong and just, you know, suffer in silence, you know? That's not the answer. Let's talk about this. So, damn, this is kind of connected too, because Matthew Perry died, and they didn't say what it was, but it most likely was related to drugs. They said it was like a heart attack or something, and he was like swimming. He was like in a pool or something. But we know that the guy was on drugs or whatever, and it's like, you know, heart attacks happen as a result of drugs, you know. And then this guy was rich, famous, successful. Nobody is exempt from this shit. Like, you know, being rich and famous and successful doesn't necessarily cure your depression. It doesn't help you keep from being on drugs. Like, it's I think that people need to care more, you know. We want to call them drug addicts, we want to call them losers, we want to call them crackheads, we want to say that they're homeless, we want to say that they're weak, you know, and that doesn't help. Let's read this. It says, in the wake of Matthew Perry's death, Chinese fans mourn an old friend. It's AP article by Fu Ting, November 3rd, 2023. I sure hate that I lost Doc. I guess he went back to work. So Chinese fans pay tribute to Matthew Perry. Shit, I didn't know he was so popular in China. I guess that show Friends was a global phenomenon. And shit, I was talking about my daughter's mom. That was a show we used to watch together. I never really liked the show that much. Like it was like barely funny to me. It was like a couple of the chicks on the show I found attractive, and that's what kind of like allowed me to kind of watch it and enjoy it a bit. But it wasn't very funny to me. But she really liked it a lot. So that was a thing we did together. Like I would watch the show with her because she really liked it. It's funny how things are connected. Says across China, fans of Friends have been remembering actor Matthew Perry, who played Chandler Bing on the hit sitcom. Am I sharing? I must not be sharing. Hold on. Oh shit, I'm not sharing. Got too many screens open and I'm distracted. It says I've been, hey, I gotta translate this. It says I've been watching Friends since 2017. I will watch it while I'm eating, feeling bored, or even when I'm upset. Friends is always with me. This tattoo is Chandler's first. It says, this tattoo is when Chandler first told Monica, I love you. You know, it's crazy how, like, you know, you can belittle the show however you want, but like, you know, it's things that help people get by is important in people's lives. You know, it's like even though it was a silly little show, wasn't very realistic. Like, you know, the relationships were like I say, not really very realistic. Like they lived in these real nice rooms, and half of them didn't even have a job. Like, but you know, you just get lost in the drama, right? It's like the reality of it, you know, doesn't matter as much as how like it impacts you, you know. What it does for you is what makes it important, you know. So this show meant a lot to some people.
的时候，然后上面是有 I will be there for you。
It says, and this is from the theme song, I'll Be There For You on top. So she got all these tattoos on her. She really loved this
的
show.
这个他们主题曲的名字 Chandler 和 Monica 是我对一个
It says Chandler and Monica is the model as a couple for me. And it's a fictional couple, lady.
情侣的一个这么个楷模，我甚至特别喜欢Chandler 的
So also, I even love Chandler's personality and behavior so much.
这个行为方式啊、处事风格啊这些，所以说他甚至一直
That he's my standard for finding a boyfriend and husband.
以来是我的
Good luck with that. You're looking for a husband and you want it to be someone who behaves like a fictional character.
男朋友甚至是老公的一个楷模的人物吧。
This TV show actually offered a way to imagine this kind of a so-called metropolitan utopian imagination. It actually shaped a view of a generation of young people in China. The show actually offers a window for them to imagine this kind of a American lifestyle.
It says in September, Zhang Fengong recreated the Chandler and Monica proposal scene and popped the question to his girlfriend, who is a big fan of Friends. Says, you make me happier than I ever thought I could be. And if you let me, I will spend the rest of my life trying to make you feel the same way. Sun Tuntan, will you marry me? That's pretty emotional for me. I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of cheesy or whatever. And like I say, I didn't really care for the show that much, but this is emotional for me right here. I can really feel it. I can hear his voice kind of wavering while he was talking, and it's like, you know, that's touching. Yeah, it's funny how things are connected. Let's look at this. Let's look up what's his name? Matthew Perry. And they got his funeral live. Ooh, I don't want to show that. Let's see, which one of these would be good? Australia. Talking about the funeral. TMZ. New details on the death. I don't know if I can play that. They're going to give me with a copyright click. Let's see. Can we play E-News without them giving me a copyright click? Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I'm going to share this. Hopefully I can play this without getting a copyright ding.
Matthew Perry has been laid to rest. According to multiple outlets, the private funeral was attended by the actor's loved ones, including his friends' co-stars Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer. The memorial was reportedly held at Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Los Angeles, near the Warner Brothers Studios lot, where the iconic sitcom was filmed. Perry played Chandler Bing for 10 seasons on the show. His funeral comes nearly a week after the actor died in an apparent drowning. The 54-year-old was found unresponsive in a hot tub at his LA home October 28th, with first responders later declaring him dead at the scene after a, quote, rapid medical assessment. Authorities previously told NBC News that Perry's cause of death has been deferred pending a toxicology report. Per the outlet, results from an initial autopsy were inconclusive, prompting further investigation. Following his passing, Perry's friends' castmates released a joint statement saying, "We are all so utterly devastated by the loss of Matthew. We were more than just castmates. We were a family. There is so much to say, but right now we're going to take a moment to grieve and process this unfathomable loss." The statement added, "In time we will say more, as and when we are able. For now, our thoughts and our love are with Maddie's family, his friends, and everyone who loved him around the world." Jim Burrows, who directed the first episodes of Friends, recently opened up to Today about his relationship with Matthew.
What was your first impression of Matthew?
Wow. The reading around the table, Matthew had a certain way of turning a line. I had to have a couple of days to, just let it soak in. He was part of a family, and he was the first one to not be part of that family anymore.
He went on to reveal how the cast is doing since news broke of Matthew's death.
I texted the girls the day we found out, and they were destroyed. It's a brother died. We were so proud of him these last couple of years that he was making a remarkable recovery.
We were just doing a story about the opiate crisis and the money coming out to help people and stuff. Like, I don't want to speculate, but that money can go and help people. It can hopefully prevent stuff like this from happening. Let me see, do we have something else? Inside Edition, I can't play that. Let's see, ABC News.
We'll always remember Riptide of Addiction. We'll always remember when we first saw him.
Okay, who wants light cheese and who wants dark cheese?
Chandler Bing, played by an actor who was effortlessly so fast and original. And now it seems impossible that all those years ago when we were laughing, we never knew that the young star was fighting for his life in a riptide of addiction. It was pulling him to hell and back over and over again, and he was trying to keep it a secret from everyone.
Secrets kill you. Secrets kill people like me.
Now, Matthew Perry has put those secrets on the pages of a book. It is dedicated to other sufferers who, like him, might need help.
It was important to me to do something that would help people.
Friends, lovers, and the big terrible thing. You start with a thunderclap. First page. Hi, my name is Matthew, although you may know me by another name. My friends call me Maddie, and I should be dead.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
You say, addiction, the big terrible thing, is far too powerful for anyone to defeat alone. But together, one day at a time, we can beat it down.
Together. In that article we just read, they kept talking about community, and it's like, community is the answer, and it's like they're separating us more and more and more and more. It's like we got the internet, and it seems like we would be more connected than we've ever been, but we're more separated than we've ever been. We're more lonely than we've ever been. It's like, and this is what leads to the going down these roads when you feel so alone, you feel so separated. And it's like our society is like designed to create all of these lonely people. It's like, can we adjust the system in a way that will bring people together as opposed to having all of these lonely folks?
Your disease is just outside, just in one-arm push-ups, just waiting for you, waiting to get you alone. Because alone, you lose to the disease. And now I finally feel okay and feel like I've got some strength.
What does it mean to feel okay?
It means that I've developed some safety nets around this. You know, for some reason, it's obviously because I was on Friends, more people will listen to me. So I've got to take advantage of that. I've got to help as many people as I can.
We've all learned it's not ours to ask someone in recovery how long they've been sober. He says it's why he's written the harrowing details of his journey through alcohol, all those drugs, and the fight to break free.
Man, look at the list here. Let me see this. We were just talking about the damn opiates, Oxycontin, hydrocodone. It's like the usual suspects.
The fight to break free. 6,000 AA meetings, therapy 30 years, 15 rehabs, maybe at least. Half of your life in treatment or in sober living houses. He has been in detox, he estimates, 65 times. Survived 14 surgeries after a nearly fatal emergency 4 years ago.
They ran me into the emergency trauma room, and it was in there that my colon exploded. Well, I was put on an ECMO machine. And an ECMO machine, when you talk to any doctor, is a Hail Mary. It is the last thing that you do before people die. And there were 5 people that night that were put on ECMO machine, and I was the only one who survived.
He was in a coma for 14 days. As he heals from all he's been through, there's still wear and tear on his voice and speech, and the scars on his body like a warrior back from battle.
I was in that hospital for 5 months and, escaped death really narrowly.
Perry says he's proof that addiction can enter any home, any heart. He's 14 with his Canadian pals and a common teenage rite of passage.
I'd never drank before, and I was just sort of drank this entire bottle of what was called Anwar's Baby Duck. That was the name of the wine. And I lay in the grass and just was in heaven. And I thought to myself, this must be the way that normal people feel all the time. And I thought that at 14.
His friends could drink and stop. But for him, the relief was so easy, it became his destination.
But, by the time I was 18, I was drinking every day.
It's a pattern he continues, even after landing a starring role in a show that was then called Friends Like Us. But you had no trouble with the lines, you had no trouble with the timing, you had no trouble showing up every day?
Early on, yes. And I made a rule that I would never drink or take anything at work. So I would never do that, but I would show up blindly hungover, like shaking and crazy hungover.
But
it's really sad. It's like, he was fighting this battle for so long, and it's like, I guess you could say he lost the battle, It's really sad. Yeah, I don't really have words, and one way you can look at it as maybe he has been released from his, his struggle. We don't have to fucking struggle no more. Let's read some comments. It says, this hits a lot harder now. Rest in peace, man. You brought joy to millions. Another one, it says, crazy how this video was posted exactly 1 year ago today, a day after his death. Just knowing the struggle this man went through and overcame them, it's just incredible to watch. Rest in peace, Matthew. You truly be missed, legend. Another one, it says, I lost a friend who was a terrible alcoholic. He died trying to get sober. I was very angry at him, thinking he chose to die. After listening to a few interviews with Matthew, I have newfound compassion. It says this interview and his book hauntingly informed us all of his battle with addiction and ultimately what led to his untimely death. R.I.P. Matthew Perry. It says, Matthew, you gave us so much joy and made us laugh. We have to thank you. Another one, it says, addiction is hard for us non-addicted to, addiction is hard for us non-addicts to understand. His honesty is going to help a lot of people and hopefully destigmatize it further. Thank you, Matthew, for sharing your story, because often the truth is not pretty. That takes courage. Says Chandler was by far the funniest on the show. It's crazy that Matthew Perry pulled this off while struggling a drug and alcohol addiction. The ones that make us laugh are usually the ones dying on the inside. I hope he is recovering and wish him joy and happiness. Thank you for all the laughs, Matthew. I saw a clip recently of dang it, what is his name? I can't think of his name right now. My brain went blank. Yeah, but he was really, really funny, and he died from suicide. And it's crazy how these people who they seem so happy and so bubbly, and they make us laugh, and they bring joy to other people, and they're suffering infinitely on the inside. You know, like I say, our society tells us to just smile and through it, like, you know, we're supposed to pretend to be happy, and it's like if you're sad, nobody wants to hear about it. You know, it's like I think that if we was able to find some kind of balance, you know, we have to, you know, we're humans, we're emotional creatures. Sometimes we're down, sometimes we're up. Like we can't act like we're up all the time, you know. You go to work and they're like, you're supposed to smile, you're supposed to be happy, you're supposed to, you know, but it's like, I'm just not feeling it today, you know. I mean, like, is that okay? You know, can I just not be happy right now? Like, I think the masks that we put on hurts more. Like, I think that if we could be true to our feelings, you know, it'll help us recover. I think, because see, what happens is we don't ever get to really talk about our true feelings. You know, that's the reason why when you go to therapy and you talk to a therapist, they want you to be truthful and honest. And then that's where, like, the drugs, we use the drugs, they prescribe you the drugs, they're supposed to help you. But what really helps you is when you have those real, true conversations and get to the bottom of your feelings and what's causing you to feel the way you feel, and you know what you think can make you feel better. You know, it's never the drugs. The drugs are always temporary. It's always a band-aid, you know. And then when the drugs wear off, we're right back in the same damn feelings that we were having before. You know, I remember the story about a person who was post-traumatic stress syndrome. Like they were, I think it was World War One, and they thought that these guys were just didn't want to go and fight, and because they were sick and they couldn't stand up, and they would fall down, and they couldn't talk and stuff. And when they did medical examinations on them, they couldn't discover anything wrong with them. They were like, there's nothing wrong with these guys, so they must be faking or whatever. And so, they were trying to find ways to fix them or whatever. And of course they used drugs and different stuff. And then what they discovered was that when they got these people to talk about the traumatic experiences that they had from war, then they started to recover. Just being able to, because they couldn't really talk about these things. So, but when they got to the point where they could talk about these like really extreme traumatic events that they went through in the war, that's when they were able to walk upright, and they were able to talk, and they were, they were getting cured. And that's when they came out with the post-traumatic stress syndrome. That's when they finally put it in the book what they call it, MSDS. Let's read some more. It says, I was never a Friends fan, but I've seen quite a few interviews and podcasts with Maddie and the wonderful human and what he did for people like me or others in situations they shouldn't and ultimately can't face themselves. It's just beyond beautiful. It's sad that he had to go, but also thank you for what you did and for what everyone you did continues to do. Another one, it says, thank you, Matthew. There are so many of us who live in the dark and alone, praying we can see the light just one more time. For you to open yourself up in such a vulnerable way, I promise you, will help so many people struggling to survive. Addiction is taboo to many, but maybe hearing this from you will help people understand that it is everywhere and affects everyone. But it is a disease and it needs to be discussed, and people need help. I know how hard this has to be. I can relate with you 100%, but I thank you for your courage. I do believe this is why you are still here. Your purpose was bigger than I'm sure you ever imagined. Again, I thank you and I pray you know you never have to be alone again. Yeah, I'm struggling with the words on this. This is an example that it's not a race, it's not a color, it's not a economic situation, it's not like being successful or not, or being famous or not, or having friends or not. Like, this goes across all the all the categories. It's like you can be rich and famous and successful, and you're still struggling with this. Like, that having money doesn't cure it. Anyways, I wish Doc was here. Where'd you go, Doc? Leaving me alone to talk about these complex, painful ass topics. Yeah, I'm 5.5 hours in, so I didn't realize how long I've been on. I'm freaking getting delusional. Let's see. I think I want to cover a couple more before I go. Let's see, because I got hung up on that. Vintage ads. Let's do this story. Yeah, this is not easy what I do here, y'all. Doing this for y'all. It's therapy for me too, though. It says a woman who left Texas for India after her 6-year-old son went missing is charged with killing him. Ooh. So, October 31st, 2023. Who's the author? Doesn't say an author. This is Associated Press. Everman, Texas. Texas woman who told various stories to explain her What the hell? Texas woman who told various stories to explain her 6-year-old son's absence before leaving the country has been charged with killing the child who has been missing for a year. Cindy Rodriguez Singh, 38, was indicted Monday by a Tarrant County grand jury on 1 count of capital murder, 2 counts of injury to a child, and 1 count of abandoning a child without intent to return. Everman Police Chief Craig Spencer said at a news conference, authorities have searched in and around Everman, the city south of Fort Worth where the family lived, but the body of Noel Rodriguez Alvarez has not been found yet. Investigators say Noel was last seen in late October 2022. Spencer said he's hopeful that the indictments will help in getting her arrested and returned to the U.S. from India. He said he did not know if she'd been located yet, but said that authorities were working the case. Spencer said he did not know of any attorney representing Rodriguez Singh. Officers went to the family's home in March after Child Protective Services got a tip that Noel hadn't been seen in some time. 2 days later, Rodriguez Singh and her husband and 6 children flew to India. So damn, so I guess she has 7 kids. Spencer said Noel, who had mental and developmental disabilities, had never been enrolled in school. He also said that family members have said that Noel was abused and neglected, and that Rodriguez Singh would withhold food and water from the child because she didn't like changing his diaper. Damn. So the kid had mental and developmental disabilities. So I guess the mom is just overwhelmed and just didn't want to have the kid, just didn't want to deal with it. Wow, what a sad situation. It says this story has been corrected to show Cindy Rodriguez Singh is 38, not 37. Okay, I don't think that detail really matters. That's it. What a terrible story. What a terrible story. Yeah, bring her ass back to Texas so she can freaking face the music. You know, I don't know, man. It's a crazy world that we live in, but you know, I don't know if you could get that kid adopted, if anybody would adopt a kid or something. So, like, what is the answer in a situation like that? Like, sounds like she didn't want the kid and she was overwhelmed with it. It's like she had 7 kids. I don't know, murder the kid and then go to India. How do you sleep with yourself at night? How do you do that and be okay? Like, and the father and the siblings, the dad had to know something. Like, did he condone that behavior? Like, did he feel the same way as her? Shit, charge his ass too. He had to be fucking involved. That was a terrible story right there. How did the show get so somber? How did we get here? Let's read this. It says Connecticut officer. Why does it keep doing that? Connecticut officer who shot shoplifting suspect 3 times is charged with assault, cruelty. Updated October 31st, 2023. It says Naugatuck, Connecticut. A Connecticut police officer who shot a shoplifting suspect 3 times with a stun gun, including when the man was on the ground apologizing, has been charged with 3rd-degree assault and cruelty. Man, when people are stealing or whatever, like, people just feel like they have the excuse to fucking do people really raw. Like, you're not judge, jury, and executioner. And why do people feel so emotional about, like, punishing somebody because they stole some stuff? Like, it's crazy how the world that we live in, where people are so, like, violent towards each other, you know? Like, the person stole stuff, okay, it's against the law, okay, but God, do you have to be so cruel? It says Naugatuck officer Nicholas Cajos turned himself into state police on Monday after an arrest warrant was issued. State police said Tuesday he is free after posting a $50,000 bond and is due in court on November 8th. Cajos did not return emails Monday or Tuesday seeking comment. That's it. The officer became subject of an investigation after a body camera video showed him chasing Jarrell Day, 33 of Waterbury, into a field on October 14th and shocking him 3 times with a stun gun, including when the man was on the ground apologizing. He was like, I'm sorry. Zzz. If you shouldn't have stole. You're horrible. Let's read some more. It says the video released Monday also shows Cajos telling Day to shut up and calling him an idiot during the arrest. Police said Day was suspected of stealing $200 worth of beer in a robbery at a Naugatuck grocery store and later rammed police cruisers with a car as he fled from officers. Day crashed the car and fled on foot, but Cahoots caught up to him according to the video. Day was showing his hands when Cahoots ordered him to get on the ground, and first fired the stun gun, the video shows. Day falls to the ground and Cahoots orders him to get on his stomach. Day rolls onto his side and tells the officer he is sorry. Cahoots continues to yell at him and get on to his stomach and pulls the stun gun trigger a second time, the video shows. I guess we gotta be thankful we didn't shoot him. Cahoots then orders Day to put his hands behind his back according to the video. Please, no, please. Just before Cahoots pulls the trigger a third time, as the officer warns him that he is going to use the stun gun again, the video shows. Neither Day nor officers were injured in the series of events. Day remains in custody on charges for multiple cases, including robbery, attempted assault of a police officer, and reckless driving. Cahoots is on paid leave pending the investigation. Attempted assault of a police officer. I hate that damn charge. They could just slide that shit on there every time, like resisting arrest, assaulting a police officer. They could just throw that shit on top of whatever charges they have on you every time. It's your word against the police officer, so you're gonna lose that case. What is their video? We don't want to see that anyways. Excessive force. And we're talking about mental health issues. This cop apparently has mental health issues. Like, you know, the guy committed a crime or whatever. He did something wrong, but you didn't have to be like that towards him. You're just being extra over the top. You got some problems at home that you need to deal with. You need therapy. Anyways, man, that damn story about the opiates and stuff really got me feeling some kind of way. And then talking about Matthew Perry afterwards, it's like that shit went together. Let's do this one. Am I sharing? Says takeaway from AP's reporting on American beef traders linked to Amazon deforestation. So November 2nd, 2023. This caught my eye because it's like beef and then Amazon. Like, how is that connected? It says Washington AP data analysis by Associated Press and the Rainforest Investigations Network, a nonprofit reporting consortium, found that a little-known American meat trading company in Utah is feeding China's growing appetite for Brazilian beef, a commodity that's driving the deforestation of Amazon. Like, how? Oh, it's a connection. The world's largest rainforest, Amazon, plays a critical role in the global climate by absorbing carbon emissions. The Chinese beef imports have surged sixfold in the last decade, according to UN Comtrade data. Salt Lake City-based Parker Miglorini International, known as PMI Foods, has shipped more than $1.7 billion of Brazilian beef, almost all of that to China. PMI biggest supplier of Brazilian beef is meat processing giant JBS SA, which has been cited repeatedly by Brazilian federal prosecutors for buying cattle raised on deforested land. Oh, there's the connection. So the grazing fields, okay. So, but then I guess that's a side effect, because whatever reason that they deforested or they cut the trees down wasn't, I'm sure, directly related to the cows. I mean, I'm sure that that was just an after effect, because now it's, you got clearing, perfect little place to graze the cows after the fact. So I don't see the connection. PMI's role as middleman, shipping meat across borders, shows how the growing international trade in beef can drive deforestation. So what, did they cut the trees down just to have a grazing land for the cows? Is that what it is? It says the story was supported by Putz Center Rainforest Investigations Network. Is there more? What is PMI Foods? PMI Food is a meat trading company based in Salt Lake City, Utah. It does not raise or process meat, but instead buys meat from companies in one country and sells it in other countries. Damn, they're just a middleman. They don't do anything. PMI Foods is now a $3 billion global enterprise that buys and sells more than 1.6 billion pounds of beef, pork, chicken, and seafood and eggs a year. How do PMI's operations affect the Amazon rainforest? Okay, here's a good question. As a major buyer and shipper of Brazilian beef, PMI is facilitating international trade by an industry that has been widely documented to be leading driver of Amazon deforestation. More than 2/3 of deforested land in Brazilian Amazon has been converted to cattle pastures, according to Brazil Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. Holly Gibbs, a professor of geography and environmental studies at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, who studies land use changes linked to beef industry, says that PMI has contributed to the Amazon's destruction because it buys beef from companies that purchase cows raised on deforested land. Yeah, I don't know. But you know what? Like, we're talking about mental health and drugs and all of that. And like, this is kind of like my drug right here. It's like, you know, I use this kind of stuff as a distraction, I think, you know, like I like to learn stuff. I like to read, you know, focusing on world events and politics and shit like that. And I think, but at the end of the day, I'm just using that shit to distract me from like my own life, like my own situation, like my own like mental health or whatever, my own like struggles, if you will. Like, it's like I'm using it I get lost in this, so then that way I won't be in my thoughts, because I'm always in my thoughts and thinking about all the things I did wrong in my life and my regrets and things I could do different and all of that shit, like overthinking everything, like ADHD, depression, hyperactive disorder, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I don't know how I got on that, but that's what I'm thinking about right now, because I'm sitting here thinking about it's like 3:56 a.m. I'm sitting here talking to myself on a damn computer, and it's like, why am I doing this? It doesn't make me any money. And this damn story I just read is like a big nothing burger. They're talking about freaking because they cut down the trees. I don't know, like it's like they're trying to make something out of nothing with this. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Let's see if I got another story I want to do before I get out of here. Can y'all hear me? I feel like I'm losing y'all. Let's see if Doc. I wish you was here, Doc. It says, hold the olive oil. Prices of some basic European foodstuffs keep skyrocketing. Let me see. I don't think I want to do this. Do I have some clips I can do before I get out of here that'll help me have some reels? Let me see. Did I close Twitch? I closed Twitch. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Before I get out of here, I'm going to see if I can find some reels. Some shit I can use for reels later. I'm going to open up Twitter and Twitch. And I'm going to do some quick scrolling. Let's close this. We don't need this. We don't need this. Let me see. Do I have something in here I could do real quick that I didn't cover? Harris County will receive $7 million from a settlement with tobacco companies over deceptive marketing and electronic cigarettes to children, following a years-long lawsuit. Let's look at this. We're talking about trees. Check this out. What a cool picture. I don't know. It's it's like a atrocity to cut down a tree that took like centuries to grow. Look how big this thing is. It says a woman admires the enormous size of a sequoia tree in the 1950s. Giant sequoias are a type of redwood that grows in high altitude Sierra Nevada mountains of California. While many of them can grow to be as massive as the one shown in the photo, in this particular case, it appears as if two trees fused together. Coast redwoods, on the other hand, are the tallest trees in the world, typically growing closer to the ocean at much lower altitudes. Although their diameter isn't as wide as sequoias, they have the potential to reach heights of nearly 400 feet. California also home to bristlecone pines, some of the longest living trees globally. While they are much smaller in size, they grow very slowly, and some are even older than the pyramids in Egypt. God dang. So that's what I mean. How could you cut that tree down just to make some paper or whatever the hell you make out of it? That's like disrespectful. People don't care. They look at it as a money. Like this tree was here long before you got here. You're gonna cut it down and make some couple of dollars. Really, really sad. So here's a picture of a damn tree getting cut down. Family poses in front of a 1,341-year-old sequoia tree named Mark Twain that was felled in 1892 after a team of 2 men spent 13 days sawing it in Pacific Northwest. The giant tree was 331 feet tall, 100 meters. He said that was felled. Is that the term you use instead of saying you killed it, cut it down, destroyed its life? General Sherman is the largest tree in the world. A giant forest in Sequoia National Park, California, is home to the largest trees on Earth, including General Sherman, which holds the world record for the most massive living tree. Awesome. I love trees. And I talked about in the other show, like it's like they said tree hugger is a derogatory term, and it's like, oh, you're a tree hugger. Like, okay, I'll take that. Shit. Lumber has undergone significant changes over the past century. About 100 years ago, steady old-growth trees were extensive, harvesting due to high demand, pushing natural forests close to extinction. Today, the primary source of wood for construction comes from the lumber farms grown for the sole purpose of being used for timber, where trees grow faster but are less dense. Consequently, modern 2x4s differ substantially from those of the past. Old growth trees marked by more rings, significantly slower growth, are older and denser, making their wood stronger and more resistant to certain environmental factors and insects. In contrast, new growth trees are cultivated in managed forests, are younger, and grow faster. It's crucial to understand that the characteristics of the wood can vary widely based on tree species, specific growing conditions, and how the wood is processed. Note, the Craftsman's blog, the author of the viral image 2018, clarifies that the two pieces of wood, one with 84 rings and the other with 6 rings, are both southern yellow pine, cut 100 years apart. A Facebook post by the author confirms they are the same wood type, dispelling debates that they aren't. Yep, that's sad. So, and I remember I've done some construction. My dad was in construction, and I built a go-kart when I was a kid off of like using lumber a lot like this. Like I could, looking at it, I know how it feels and how it smells. Like, I don't know, it's just something, it's a connection. It's denser and heavier and harder. You know, everything is not as good nowadays. I don't know. That's why building materials of the houses, anyways. Let me see. Is there something else I want to do before I get out of here? Australian deploys defense force personnel and aircraft to the Middle East, acting prime minister says. Australia just follows behind whatever the hell. Like, they don't freaking, seems like they don't have anything they do just like for them. They're just being used by the rest of the West. The story about the gate, them opening the gate for the migrants, that shit is crazy. If that's true, that's really extreme. I must have covered all of these. It says putting a wind generator on electric also doesn't work. I think I covered all this stuff. Sad story. I don't know if I want to do it. No, I'm not going to do it. Guess I'm going to get out of here. Did I play this Tucker Carlson clip? Episode 35, Start Another War, Assemblies more anti-Western refugees to the West, starting to notice a pattern. I don't remember covering.
Of all the effects of the current conflict in the Middle East, one we can be certain of at this point is that there are going to be a lot of refugees, hundreds of thousands, possibly millions. Where should they go? That's a real question. So if you were to suggest, well, why doesn't Israel take them in? It's their war. The response you would get would be immediate, and it would be aggressive, and it would be, of course not. That's insane. These people are dangerous. If they were moved to Israel, it would be destabilizing for that country. And that's probably true. In fact, it's certainly true. But what's interesting is the very same people who would tell you that are now pushing for those refugees to be sent to the West, to English-speaking countries, Scotland, the UK, and yes, the United States. Calls for this are coming from the left, predictably, but also from the so-called right. We should take these refugees. What's going on here? And is anyone pushing back against it? Well, Nigel Farage is the head of the UK Independence Party, joins us now with an update on where this conversation is going. Nigel, thank you so much for coming on. So it's a little strange that the very people who acknowledge that this would be a massive threat to Israel, and they're absolutely right, by the way, I'm not calling for Israel to take these refugees, but those same people are saying the UK and the US and Scotland should take them. What's the thinking here?
I mean, we have a great history in the UK of taking refugees. You can go back 300 years to the Protestants in France who were being burnt at the stake, and we took in a large number of French Protestants, Huguenots, as they were known, and they did very, very well in commerce, finance, the military in our country. The same applies to Jewish people. We took Jews in from Russia after the pogroms at the start of the 20th century. We took Jewish people in from Germany and Austria in the 1930s. And indeed, if you go to the 1970s, we took quite a large number of people from Uganda, where Idi Amin threatened to annihilate the Asian population there. And again, they were a group that came to the country, assimilated, did incredibly well. So, you know, we feel as a country with our Christian roots and our desire to help those in genuine need, that we should try and help people. But remember that the duty of any government, its primary duty, is to the integrity of its own country and its citizens. Now, over the course of the last 6-7 years, we've taken over 500,000 legal refugees. They've come to us from Hong Kong, our former colony, being oppressed by the Chinese Communist Party. They've come to us from Afghanistan. They've come to us from Syria. They've come to us, of course, from Ukraine. The big problem here is that Hamas, the terrorist group Hamas, although the BBC will never call them terrorists, but the Hamas who launched those appalling, barbaric attacks on everything down to babies on October the 7th, they enjoy considerable support in Gaza. Indeed, the last elections that were fought in Gaza a few years ago, Hamas came top of the poll. So if you take any significant number from Gaza into our country, you will have a significant percentage of Hamas sympathizers and supporters among them. And you have to ask, given the protests we've seen on the streets of London just this weekend and the weekend before, whether maybe we've got enough of a problem in this country already. And we've had successive waves of Islamic extremist terrorism on our streets. There's a case going on right at the moment from somebody who was killed just a couple of weeks ago. The authorities do their best to suppress all of these stories. So my argument, and I'm pretty much alone in this, is that if we take people from Gaza, they will actually pose, some of them, enough of them, will pose a threat to our national security. And if anyone should take them, Tucker, shouldn't it be the Egyptians? Shouldn't it be the Saudis? Shouldn't it be their co-religionists in that part of the world? And how interesting that Saudi Arabia didn't take a single person from Syria because they were worried of the impact it would have on Saudi society.
Right.
And the same goes for Egypt right now. So if they won't take them, why on earth should we threaten national security?
But I want to go back to something you said at the beginning, that the English feel good about themselves because as a Christian country, and it is still, I think, officially a Christian country, though it's obviously not, but it is technically a Christian country. They feel good because they're expressing Christian charity in receiving all these refugees. But has that policy made England better? Is it a more cohesive, happier country than it was 40 years ago? It doesn't seem to be at all.
No, I mean, we have now got, and our London Metropolitan Police don't know what to do. We had people on the streets of London this Saturday shouting jihad. People on the streets of London carrying ISIS banners, chanting, going on the streets of London from Palestine to the sea, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, meaning Israel should be literally obliterated. So we now have the politics of other countries on our streets because of who we've let in. This group of people have not assimilated. They have not integrated. And therefore, why compound the problem? Historically, it's been a success. But in modern times, it is now dividing our society. It is threatening our way of life. It is threatening our free speech. It's happening here. I mean, look at Germany. Look at Germany. Can you believe that in Germany, of all countries, in the last week, Jewish people in Berlin have had Stars of David graffitied on their front doors? So you can see all over the West, this is a massive problem, and it's not one from which America is immune.
It's interesting that no one ever says, well, China's got the fastest growing economy in the world. They have an obligation to take in millions of refugees from other countries. Nobody ever says that. Nobody says that about the Gulf states. It's only Christian countries that have this obligation. And I think it's obviously destroyed those countries. Germany, I mean, people are getting raped in Germany on the street long before the Hamas attacks of October 7th. This is a long-standing problem. So, but why do you think that is? Why do you think that prosperous Christian countries in the West have this obligation that every other country, India, China, Saudi, they're all exempt from it? What is that?
Yeah, I mean, take Japan. Japan, a fully functioning modern democracy, but Japan, of course, takes hardly anybody. In fact, even on legal immigration, Japan is very strict and very tight because they want to protect the integrity of their culture and their country. Why? Partly guilt. I think the older countries seem to be absolutely infused with guilt about their colonial past. But also,
wait a second, Japan was one of the most aggressive colonial powers in history. But no one's pushing them. Why? I mean, I'm not a conspiracy nut, but it does seem like this is an effort to destroy certain kinds of countries, and of course, it's worked.
Yeah.
Why not just say that?
We have allowed the virus of Marxism to take hold in our countries. We're being told to be ashamed of our histories. We're being told that we're institutionally racist. We're being told that we suffer, from our own form of bias, and we indoctrinate our school kids with this stuff. And the reason this neo-Marxist agenda has taken such hold in Britain, Europe, and indeed in much of America too, is actually not because of the left, it's because the conservatives
I've noticed
in those countries have not had the courage to stand up to this stuff. And, you look at my country, we're being told we should be ashamed of slavery. We spent nearly 50 years using the Royal Navy at massive cost, stamping out slavery, stopping the rest of Europe carrying out slavery. But nobody ever comes up with those arguments. Conservative cowardice through politics and media has led to so very much of this.
Well, Britain
But I think
ended
a
the
moment of
transatlantic
awakening-
slave trade.
I think a moment of awakening is coming.
Well, so your own prime minister, who is a conservative, but obviously has zero interest in the country that he supposedly runs, for example, that's very obvious as an American looking across. His new priority is ending tobacco use in a country with a massive narcotics problem and a massive refugee problem and an economy based on what, banking or something that's falling apart. Why is he focused on tobacco? I'm confused.
Do not for one moment, please make the mistake of thinking the party that is now in power in my country and has been there for 13 years has anything to do with being conservative. They're not. We have the highest tax burden we've had since 1951, when we were busy paying off wartime debts. We have the growth of a surveillance society that punishes the innocent and never the genuinely guilty. We have legislation to control our lives at every level. We've just put up corporation tax by 30% to damage every man and woman running a small business that wanted to reinvest and grow in this country. And despite Brexit, we still have not lifted the regulatory burden, which of course supports the big corporates, but damages the entrepreneurs. And for Sunak, 1 year on from an election, to decide his main priorities were to stop anybody after 2009 buying cigarettes, whilst we have a massive, massive problem with drugs causing huge short-term damage to our youngsters. Oh, and the other thing is to fiddle around with the A-levels that 18-year-olds do. Neither of those two things would have been on the top 25 priorities of almost anybody in our country. And that's why we're headed next year in this country for a dramatic, dramatic collapse of conservative support in the general election. And you know what? Not only will they lose the election, they deserve to lose it.
Yeah, I mean, I would support someone from the hard left who actually cared about England over Sunak, who clearly despises the country that he runs. But I just want to zero in on this question of tobacco. So, it's impossible to imagine him saying cannabis use has massive side effects. It's not helping our country at all, and we're going to phase it out. That would be inconceivable. But tobacco use, which has long-term bad health consequences, true, but also raises testosterone levels. That's the threat? Like, how is that the threat?
No, I mean, it's absolutely wide of the mark. And yeah, you're right. Tobacco causes long-term potential problems, but it doesn't actually cause short-term problems. Drugs cause psychological short-term problems, absolutely deleterious to our younger generation. But he sidestepped the big issue, went for what he thought was the easy one. And look, everywhere we see the growth of big government that wants to control every aspect of our lives. And it's all irrelevant. Our national debt, I mean, our debt interest payment is massive, just as it is in the USA. Our entrepreneurship is falling. Our levels of national security through failed immigration leave us more vulnerable to internal terrorist attack than ever before. I mean, it's almost unbelievable that banning cigarettes for anybody born after 2009 could even be seen to be a priority.
Countries that hate themselves have trouble continuing, I would say, and I hope that both of ours change course. Nigel Farage, I so appreciate talking to you.
Man, what a load of crock. All I hear is bigotry, racism, talking points. I would pick that apart, but I'm too tired to do it right now.
Yep. Your tax money is helping so many people. So you telling me y'all can afford to send 100 billion of them bitches somewhere else? And I can't even afford to fucking live. But your tax money is hard at work for the people. Oh my fucking God, where are my manners, Mr. President? I've been working 60 hours a week every week for my whole fucking life just to blow up a hospital. Good investment. Thank you so much, bitch. I can't even afford to eat a goddamn fucking meal and you talking to me about this super shit. Why is this fucking country so selfish? Bitch, let me tell you something. It costs $3,000 to rent a fucking dugout in this bitch. The price of food going up and wages ain't doing shit. But because shit keep going up, not only is the wages not going up, the shit we can buy with the motherfuckers, the amount of things is going the fuck down. Motherfuckers ain't got health care. If I get hurt, I die. Because I can't even afford to die. And you got the nerve to call me fucking selfish, you stupid bitch. Like, nah, let me get this shit straight, though. So you sending hundreds of times the money it would take to fix the problems in this bitch somewhere else to fund a fucking genocide. But because that don't make me want to wrap an American flag around my chest and shit up my fucking back, I'm the one that's selfish? Bruh. Just sent $100 billion of your tax money to Israel. Yep. Your tax money is helping so many people. So you telling me y'all can afford to send 100 billion of them bitches somewhere else? And I can't even afford to fucking live. But your tax money is hard at work for the people. Oh my fucking God, where are my manners, Mr. President? I've been working 60 hours a week.
Yep. Pretty much sums it up.
The 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. They were the Las Vegas of the day. They were the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world. He outlawed it. You're no longer allowed, closed all the bars, all the gay clubs, all the production, which were all run by Jewish people, unfortunately. Hitler first comes into power. What's the first two laws? Rule number one, no more pornography, no more homosexuality, none of that garbage, not allowed. Berlin in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. They were the Las Vegas of the day. They were the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world.
Yep. Get in trouble for saying stuff like that. Says from the horse's mouth, it says, you people, y'all need to watch Europe, The Last Battle. It's ties with everything this man been posting lately. It says, actually, Hitler is the most obvious occultist of the major Freemasons in the Second World War. Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin, and Hitler. His regime is the antithesis to communism, and both are controlled by Freemasonry. This is sun worship all over the regime, a death cult out in the open. Do yourself a favor and watch part 215, Revolutions, Tyrants, and Wars by Professor Walter Veith. You can find it on YouTube. Hey, these are not my words, you guys. So if y'all want to clip this shit, go ahead. But I was just reading this shit. And they're talking about the Congo. I covered that. I'm about to get out of here, y'all. Amongst the Rockefeller push for electric vehicles, the mainstream is choosing to ignore their toxicity. The driver and passengers within these vehicles are often sat directly above a large battery, which emits alarming levels of EMFs known to cause neurological issues.
Vehicle push. And I think this is really important because, they're trying to tell us it's sustainable. We're going to have these beautiful 15-minute smart cities in which we won't be able to leave, right? You'll also have a social credit score and a carbon tax on your electric vehicle as it's charged. There'll also be kill switches installed into your car so they can disable you from leaving the smart city. Not to mention that the electric vehicle batteries are mined in Congo and they use slave labor. Doesn't seem very sustainable to me. And what's interesting about this whole narrative of saving the climate, they never talk about the bombardments in the skies, the aluminum, the barium, the strontium, and all the other heavy metals, which are being put into the sky to block out the sun and alter our climate. But they say that if we all purchase electric vehicles and we throw away all of our petroleum vehicles, then we will save the planet doing just this. Today we're going to talk about this electric vehicle push. And I think this is really important because, they're trying to tell us it's sustainable. We're going to.
Yeah.
Peace in. Y'all need to listen to this, especially for the people who do not know who they are. This is going to clarify a lot of things. And this is for educational purposes only. Do not take this video down. This is for educational purposes only.
It begins.
Palestinian terrorist threatens to blow up Air India flight on November 19th. Says myth, you can easily hide in a ventilation shaft. Truth, ventilation shafts are very narrow.
If you want to produce high-achieving students, we identified 5 common characteristics. First of all, in the high-achieving homes, these parents believe that the world's going to be better for their children. In some...
It's hard to believe that. Let me get out of here, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. We'll be back next week.